Hello. Where's my game? Ah! Oh, I hit it. There it is. Alright, I know I am a little too big and a little bit in the way of the text box, so I'm gonna have to readjust it when we get in game. But let's continue. Alright, circle. The Adventure of the Runaway Room. Yes, episode 3.
Glancing over my records of the late last century, I am faced by the events of a certain bitter winter.
Oh.
A murder in a carriage.
I can't hear that. There it is.
London fog in
Hi.
the dead of night.
That was very delayed, wow.
The victim and the perpetrator were the only ones inside. There were multiple witnesses to the crime itself.
What?
However, none could have imagined at the time that such a seemingly obvious case as this
yeah, I had to warm
would
up.
end in such a horrendous manner. My friend, Mr. Herlock Sholmes, once said of the incident, "I believe that perhaps that case was indeed the prelude. The beginning of a long concerto that impressive Japanese student and I were to play together."
Why is Watson in the stuff like a man, but we have Wilson? Cute. Cute!
Amazing. Is this really just a railway station?
Railway station or not, I've never seen such an enormous building before.
And look at all the steam locomotives. This country is incredible.
Cute! The text is doing its best there.
I feel like I'm dreaming.
So this is the capital of Great Britain.
So,
that moving...
Hello.
climb aboard. I'll take you wherever you want to go.
that text on the Coco
In that case,
carriage
this Supreme Court in Whitehall, if you wouldn't mind.
was doing its best.
I suppose you're visiting students from abroad, eh?
Yes.
Thought so. Well then, I hope you enjoy your stay.
What are those... What are the kids?
Welcome to the centre of the world. Great Britain's mighty capital, London.
What's with those kids? Do they just wait there for someone to get picked up in something? What an incredible place! It's so imposing. It's almost suffocating. This place is breathtaking. It looks like a fortress. There are some stone buildings like this in Japan now, of course. But they've only been built in the few short decades since we opened our borders to the outside world. An authentic example like this has quite a different impact, wouldn't you agree? A far cry from the wood and paper most of our buildings are constructed from. It's certainly unfamiliar. But I think there's more to the differences than just construction materials. Giant clock. What is this place again? This is the Lord Chief Justice's office, Naruhodo-san, in the Supreme Court of Great Britain. The Lord Chief Justice. That's a heck of a title. We had instructions to report here at this time if circumstances were different. We were supposed to let the Lord Chief Justice know that we had arrived from Japan. But Kazuma can't. No. So instead, we are here in a different capacity. As envoys to report the news of Kazuma-sama's death. Yes. And having delivered his or her message, an envoy's duty is done. So, we'd have to return to Japan. If we want to remain here in Great Britain, I have to take Kazuma's place as the law student selected for the study tour. Yes, which means you need the requisite qualifications as a lawyer. Which is what I've been studying for. Here in Great Britain, it is the Lord Chief Justice who appoints lawyers. So that's the second reason why we're here. To have you officially recognized as a lawyer. It's the only way we'll be able to remain here in London. I hope I'm up to scratch.
Good morning. Sorry for keeping you.
Is this Sholmes? Oh, no, it's not Sholmes. Okay, good. Oh!
I trust you aren't too exhausted after your long voyage from Japan? It seems I'm 1 hour, 12 minutes, and 7 seconds late. My apologies.
Oh, no, don't mention it. We're never happier than when we're standing around with nothing much to do.
Mood. How fortunate. So, introductions. I'm Male Strongheart, Lord Chief Justice of the British Empire.
I feel like a little mouse under an elephant's foot. Come on, Mr. Naruhodo. Don't be a mouse.
How did she read my mind?
Oh, it's an honor to meet you, Lord Chief Justice Strongheart. I'm Ryunosuke Naruhodo from the Empire of Japan.
Well, Mr. Naruhodo.
Whoa! Do the birds wait for his command? Hi, Doc.
Welcome to London, the capital of our glorious British Empire.
Yes, thank you.
So, what are your impressions of our capital so far? How do you like London?
Help! I've been so nervous ever since I got here that I can't remember a single thing about the city. It's simply splendid, isn't it, Mr. Naruhodo?
And yeah, Mr. Naruhodo is a wild name for... I mean, that's been Phoenix Wright's name the whole time. What is it? Ryuichi Naruhodo? But they localized it. Yeah. In a good way. But then obviously it becomes a bit of a uh-oh when they wanted to do a historical, like, Meiji era of, like, Phoenix Wright's ancestors. Because then you're like, well, you can't just call him Mr. Wright, but he's Japanese in the Meiji era. That doesn't work. But also, oh no. I hope you were able to get it remade better than the first time. Yeah, Phoenix Wright isn't in this one. This is Phoenix Wright's ancestors. So, the main character, Ryunosuke Naruhodo... Oh, he's not in his own thingy. Ryunosuke Naruhodo is... Yeah. It's just his ancestor. And it's the same sort of system, but it's set in the Meiji era of Japan, which was, what, the 1800s? Hold on, oh no, the fan's off, good. Yeah. In this case, like, they maintained the puns in English. But then that made it a bit awkward when they wanted to do it when this came around. That I think the first time they didn't actually localize it for a while. And people assumed it wasn't gonna get localized. Because, like, it created a massive, like, debate. I don't want to say debate, but, like, it probably created, like, a massive dilemma for the localization team. How do you go about this? You know? Because they've been kind of making the Ace Attorney games in English, like, indeterminate location. Vaguely Western. But, like, maintaining the puns. But now they're like, oh, shoot, well, Phoenix Wright's ancestor still is Japanese, should have a Japanese name, and, you know.
We had a wonderful view of some of London's streets from the carriage on the way here from the station. Everything is so impressive and grand. I must say I'm almost lost for words.
I'm glad to hear you like it. The city boasts tramways, piped water, and gas, even cables supplying electricity. We spearhead every revolutionary new technology in the world. Every visitor to London is astounded.
But I see. Yeah. I think from what I can tell so far is that they did a good job eventually localizing Great Ace Attorney. I'm sure we can just, like, assume that Naruhodo in the English version eventually married, like, the last name faded out from, like, marrying someone with the last name Wright, but not in the Japanese version of the timeline or some shenanigans. Thanks for saving me there, Susato-san. And everyone seems so jolly and full of vigor.
Yes. There's much excitement about the upcoming great exhibition we will be hosting here in London.
Great exhibition?
Does he have to do that? Oh my god. Cultural and technological achievements from around the globe are to be exhibited here in our great city. It will be the greatest spectacle of its kind in history, and will make Paris's World Fair look like a toy shop. I have seen precisely one clip, and it's the exact clip that you probably think it is. The scene where Wright says, the Christmas, if it was just before midnight, that means it wasn't Christmas yet, or whatever the exact line is. That's the only scene I've seen from it.
Gosh, I can hardly imagine how magnificent it's going to be.
Great. Oh, the birds are on command. Anytime he does this pose... Oh, I bonked my head on the wall. Anytime he does this pose, the birds just fly. Great Britain's capital city is nothing but magnificent. London is the center of the modern world.
Even if you do say you're so yourself.
The sun will never set on our great Okay. There's something highly humorous about them being all like, Britain's the center of the world, we're the best city, British Empire, Japan, have all of these like things in the present tense, and just... yeah. About that. Perhaps it is fate that in these progressive times we welcome visitors from the land of the rising sun.
Lord Chief Justice, I think you were expecting a student of law for this study tour, weren't you?
Absolutely. A Mr. Kazuma Asogi, if my memory serves.
That's right.
The British government has already been telegraphed a full report on the situation. I understand the young man lost his life aboard the steamship bound for our shores.
That's amazing. The news reached him before we even arrived.
My country naturally extends its deepest condolences to yours.
Oh, thank you.
And your you honored this appointment specifically to inform me of the news?
Yes. We are here in the capacity of envoys from Japan to report the sad news in person.
You tell me you Japanese are people of protocol and courtesy, and I see that it's true. And it is with some regret that I must inform you. The death of the young lawyer means the study tour arrangement can no longer proceed.
If you would just hear us out, Lord Strongheart.
What do you have to say, madame?
It's about the study tour. Mr. Naruhodo here would like to make a proposal.
Would he now? Well, Mr. Naruhodo.
This is it then. The moment of truth. The thing is, Lord Strongheart, I was wondering if perhaps you would consider allowing the study tour to go ahead.
Don't misunderstand me. Britain would ideally like to see the tour go ahead. But without a lawyer from your country, there's nothing to be done.
Well, in that case, what if there was someone else? Another lawyer from Japan, I mean.
Is there something I don't know? Only a single lawyer was invited to Great Britain from your country. And that was Mr. Asogi. At least that's what I've been led to understand.
Well, the thing is... Ooh, this really isn't going well at all. I just can't seem to find the right words to say this man. Say to this man. I can't read. Mr. Naruhodo. I could ruin things here if I'm not careful. What am I gonna say? If there's someone else here from Japan who could be described as a lawyer, it's me. I can do it.
Is that so?
I mean, I don't actually have any qualifications as such, but...
No qualifications, you say? And yet you still claim to be a lawyer.
I have acted as a lawyer in court before. Only once, as it happens. And I had Kazuma to help me, and I was the accused, but glossing over the details. I've been spending every spare moment on the journey here to Great Britain studying. I've learned all about British law and court proceedings while I was on board the SS Budia.
The voyage from Japan is some 50 days, I believe. Not what you might call a full education. To become a qualified lawyer here in Great Britain, not only do you need a university degree in law, you must also complete several years of training.
I realize it's far too short a period of time, but I can't just go back to Japan. Kazuma, Mr. Asogi's journey had only just begun. Coming here on this study tour was all he thought about. I have to carry on and do everything he planned to do. I know it must sound like I have an overly inflated opinion of myself, but I would do anything to prove that I have what it takes. Any test you care to set to me. Just one chance, that's all I'm asking for. Please.
31 seconds.
Sorry?
Your opening statement there, Mr. Naruhodo. It was 31 seconds long. Not too brief, not too protracted. Perfectly judgeable, I would say. What? Which is a skill that would stand you in good stead as a lawyer.
Oh, thanks.
So, you're willing to put those words to trial, are you? A literal trial? Well, I'm all for entertainment.
Huh?
Let me ask you one thing first, sir.
Yes?
You say you intend to do everything Mr. Asogi planned to do. Are you firmly set on that path?
Oh, well, yeah. That's my intention.
I see.
Am I imagining things? Or did his expression just alter a fraction there all of a sudden?
Very well. You have your wish. I'll give you a chance. A test to become a specially certified lawyer. Whether you pass or fail is entirely down to you.
Really?
Yay! I guess maybe he'll be giving me some, like... Is this gonna be a second tutorial case or some bullshit? Also, yeah, sorry for starting a little, about an hour late. Well, Hardo and his mom had chili, and I had a burger. And then, food was good. The burger was good. Joey said his chili was good. It was very filling. And we have leftovers. So, what form will the test take exactly?
Tell me, Mr. Naruhodo, what do you consider the role of a lawyer to be?
Well, defending people, of course.
Well said. So, let's have you defend someone.
Huh?
Your timing is perfect, in fact. There's an apt trial about to begin later today. No advocate has been appointed for the defense as yet, so this will be welcome news.
Today?
Straight away?
If you manage to secure a verdict of not guilty, you'll have passed my test. What could be simpler?
How did I get myself in these situations? Well, could I ask, what sort of trial is it, Lord Strongheart?
Yes, good question. Ah, I remember.
Is it a murder case? Of course it's a murder trial!
It's a murder trial.
A murder?
An extremely simple case, I understand. You really can't lose.
That's easy to say.
But I should mention, just in case, if the defendant is found guilty, he will of course be sentenced to capital punishment.
Capital punishment? He'll be put to death?
Here in Great Britain, murderers are sent to the gallows, without exception. Presumably, you read that much in your short sea-based introduction to British law.
We can't possibly agree to such a test. We could be toying with the man's life.
I am the Lord Chief Justice, and I've decided it's acceptable.
But you can't do that. Can you?
There's no need to overcomplicate this. All you have to do is ensure that you don't lose.
The defendant might live or die, depending on how well I perform in court. If I lose, we'll be hanged.
There's the birds!
Mr. Naruhodo, you've come to me claiming to be a lawyer. If you want me to take you seriously, you need to prove you're willing to do a lawyer's job. And you say you intend to see through the will of your compatriot, Mr. Asogi. I would like to understand just how far you're willing to go in order to make that happen.
He's testing my resolve.
What's the matter? You've fallen silent. I'm sorry, but time is pressing. The trial begins shortly. I need an answer from you now. What's it to be?
What do I say? Do I agree to this absurd test?
I'll do it!
Alright then. If I have to give you a decision now, my answer is... I can't do it. I can't get the words out.
15 seconds. Your decision-making needs work if you want to be a lawyer. That was too slow. So, it's as I suspected, is it?
Sorry?
You have noble intentions, but lack the resolve to see them through. This test is...
What? No! No! The resolve has absolutely nothing to do with it.
What are you trying to say, madame? Susato?
I think what Miss Susato means is that no matter how badly I'd like to be recognized as a lawyer and stay here in Great Britain, to risk another man's life by treating his one and only chance at a trial so trivially would be utterly unforgivable, and I feel exactly the same way. I'm sure the defendant won't see this trial as a test, as some kind of experiment. A lawyer may fight for his clients in court day after day, But for each one of those clients, the particular day they stand in the dock may be the only chance they have to fight to prove their innocence. I was wrong. I'm not qualified to do that job yet. I'm sorry for wasting your precious time, Lord Chief Justice.
Wait, Mr. Naruhodo.
Oh, was there something else?
Approximately 20 minutes by carriage to the Old Bailey from here. If you leave immediately, sure you should still be there in time.
But I just said that!
I was quite serious in what I told you. The defendant in this case has literally no one to advocate for him.
What?
At this point, he can't hope to find someone to represent him. The trial will begin without a defense. And if that happens, there's only one possible outcome. You will receive the most severe sentence the judge can pass down.
But that's awful!
But that's the truth.
Why does it have to be like this?
Please don't expect an answer to every question. The cold hard truth of the matter is that there is only one person now with the chance to save this man from a very miserable end. And that is you.
I'm really his only hope.
So, what do you say now, madame?
Me? What do you mean, Lord Strongheart?
You said it wasn't an easy decision to choose whether to defend a man in these circumstances. And I agree. But in my estimation, it is purely and simply a matter of resolve.
Oh,
Our time is up here. I have a meeting to attend. I must leave in 2 minutes and 16 seconds. So, venture into our great city and enjoy yourselves.
he's gone. Along with those weird birds that answered on command and flew through the sky. In his office. His office must be full of bird poop. The Old Bailey. If we're going to do this, Mr. Naruhodo, we must leave at once.
Oh, am I? I'm not in the way now, right? Okay, I didn't double check after. I mean, I am reading, so it's probably fine.
Thank goodness, we're in time. There's still 15 minutes until the trial begins.
Chisato, cute!
I never knew a horse-drawn carriage could go so fast.
Whew, I thought my teeth were gonna rattle loose.
Did you hear what I said to the driver when we climbed aboard? Get us to our destination in 5 minutes, driver, and there's a guinea in it for you. What is... like... guinea pig? Or alcohol? Booze? Okay. But you didn't get a booze! It's one of my favorite lines from Sherlock Holmes stories, and it worked quite perfectly.
I'm not sure why you're so pleased. I thought we were gonna die, and we had to pay gold for the privilege.
I mean, I thought so, but like my first thought is guinea pig, okay? Well, at least we arrived here before the trial started.
Yeah, I suppose there's that.
Anyway, I don't understand it. The court clerk said the defendant should be here, but there's no sign of him at all. So this is the Old Bailey. Even this room for defendants to wait in is grand. Are you alright, Mr. Naruhodo? I'm feeling tense. That's all. This place gave me the same sense of foreboding that I remember from the Supreme Court in Japan. An oppressive air, almost as if the building itself is gonna crush whoever's about to be sentenced. Feels like only yesterday that I was the one about to be crushed. Whoever the man you're to defend is, I imagine he's feeling very alone at this moment.
Oh. Top of the morning to you, madam. Sir. Oh, this guy looks sus. What are yous doing following me here? Things are fairly desperate, are they?
Sorry?
Would you look at those expressionless faces? From the east, are yous?
From Japan? Yes.
Ah, Japan, is it right? Say no more. So, how much do yous need?
No, we're just here because...
No need to explain, fella. I've been here myself, so I have. No place to go, none to eat, barely a penny to your name, and all while in a strange faraway land.
Well, actually... Ooh, we haven't found a place to stay yet, no.
'Tis grand, 'tis grand. Let me start by giving yous 1,000 guineas. Say nothing now.
1,000 guineas? Please, Miss Susato, you don't have to shout. But 1,000 guineas is enough to build an entire mansion in the most prestigious area of Tokyo.
What? 'Tis nothing to me at all.
I like to ensure I have sufficient funds to weather a rainy day, you see. I have enough wealth to buy the entire city of London 2 or 3 times over. Could that much rain even fall in one day?
Wait, what? Oh, okay. The rainy day line.
Well, even so, we couldn't possibly accept such a large sum of money.
Whoa!
That hit me in the eye.
Don't get me wrong, fella. I'm not giving to you no strings attached. I'll be wanting you to do something for me.
Oh?
To be honest, 'tis a little embarrassing. The trial's about to begin, you see. As for me, good self here, I'll be on dock. He kinda does. I can't figure out what accent he's supposed to be sounding like, and I'm sorry it's all over the place when I'm reading out his lines. So now, what I want you to do is come along with me and stand there beside me. Officially, you'd be my lawyer, but that's just a little detail now. I don't know. I don't know what to do with it.
Oh, well, the thing is...
Don't worry about a thing. All you have to do is stand up there next to me, nothing more. I don't know. I don't know what to do with it, so it's just all over the place. Otherwise, you see, the trial is gonna start without me having any kind of representation at all.
So it was true. The Lord Chief Justice wasn't just making it all up. I'm terribly sorry to have to ask, but does that mean you're the defendant in this trial?
Blustering blazes, do yous not know who I am? Me, one of London's biggest names?
No, sorry. We've only just arrived in the city, you see.
I see. I suppose it isn't altogether impossible. Well, just next to Hyde Park, there in the center of London, is another beautiful park.
Sorry? A park? Huh? What?
It's called McGilded Park, full of blossoming flowers in the spring and singing birds and whatnot. I donated it to the city, so I did.
An entire park? In central London?
A city of smiles, that's my vision for London. And nothing Magnus McGilded wouldn't do for the city, and it's square, but queer without the s. Old people.
That's amazing. I mean, really extraordinary.
But now they have the gall to say I'm a good-for-nothing criminal. Me, Magnus McGilded. What is the matter with the London police, I ask you?
Alright, don't pass out. Mr. Naruhodo. Perhaps now would be a good time to introduce ourselves, while the gentleman catches his breath. Good idea. Mr. McGilded, the thing is, we're actually here in London to study British law. We're law students on a study tour from Japan, you see. So, if you don't have a lawyer for the trial yet, and you'd be happy to put yourself in our hands, we'll do our— What? What was I have to say, you daffy Egypt? I've given you 1,000 guineas to stand up there next to me, haven't I? Well, yes, but I wasn't really offering to just stand up there next to you.
Sir?
Oh, I think I see what's going on here. Sorry?
I know what you're thinking.
This Chancellor of a fella claims to have more money than the Queen. But if that's true, why the blazes can't he hire the finest lawyer in all of England? Because he did it! That's the only explanation. Well... well... No? Not at all. Although it is a little strange, to be honest. Why? You don't have a lawyer, I mean.
People don't like him, probably.
That would be the fault of the Reaper.
The what?
Sorry?
Did you just say Reaper?
Ah, the Grim Reaper of the Bailey, Lord Barak van Zykes. Ah, he's the prosecutor. The prosecutor is the Grim Reaper. When Van Zyke stands for the prosecution, they call the accused his sacrificial lambs. And to this day, in every single trial in which he's been the prosecutor, the accused has been damned.
Oh, it's Von Karma's ancestor, ain't it?
What? So it's reached this desperate situation, where there's no one willing to stand in defense against the fella at all. You could say he's a living legend of the Old Bailey. Goodness, Lord Barak van Zykes. He must be an exceptionally talented prosecutor then. Talented isn't the word you're looking for, madame. It's cursed. Cursed? What on earth?
The defendant is summoned, and his counsel. Please make your way into the courtroom. The trial is about to begin.
His counsel? Well, that would be me. Oh, 'tis time. Well then, fella, don't let me down. But I don't know anything about the case. You haven't told me what happened. Until you showed your face here. I'd made up my mind, so I had. Sorry? I decided I'd have to defend myself in there.
How would that have worked? Well, ask yourself, Yunosuke!
Well, then you made an appearance. A student of law, wouldn't you know? 'Tis no accident. I can assure you of that. 'Tis fate. So don't get cold feet now, please.
He still looks sus, though.
I literally know nothing about the case, or about this man who stands accused. In fact, one thing I do know is that I can't just turn my back on him. Mr. Naruhodo, the man has no one. He'll have to stand alone in that courtroom, armed with nothing to defend himself. Yeah, something that Kazuma would never have allowed to happen.
Counsel for the defense, what are you doing? If you're late for the start of the trial, you will lose your right to stand.
I'll be right there.
Oh no, does Susato have to stand out here too?
It's happening then. My first trial in a British court. I hope you're watching over me, Kazuma.
Because I have no idea how I'm gonna manage this. Is she gonna have to wait outside because she's a woman again? Ooh. Fire.
So, oh, she's allowed inside. So this is the highest court in Great Britain. The Old Bailey. The centuries of history in this place is palpable, isn't it? So different to the Supreme Court in Japan. It feels both imposing and serene at the same time. The atmosphere almost makes words redundant. Whatever the country, determining a person's guilt or innocence is always a solemn affair.
She looks so nice. This background looks so nice. The scene looks so cool. May I say something, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, yes, what? Your eyes look ready to pop out of your head again. I know, but I just can't help it. Oh, yeah. Love this, man. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be— I can't— where's my old man? Where's my old person voice? I'm struggling. I hereby declare this court to be in session. We are here today to determine the guilt or innocence of Mr. Magnus McGilded. I now call upon the counsels of the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed. The prosecution is fully prepared. Oh wait, or is this Edgeworth? That must be the Reaper of the Bailey. He really does look fully prepared to dispatch his next poor victim to the underworld. But like, does he really have to play the part? Bruh. No one said we want a vampire as our fucking prosecutor. Counsel for the defense, you appear to be Eastern. Do you speak English? Huh? Oh, yes, of course. Sorry. But he asked if the defense was ready. And I couldn't be further from ready if I tried. He looks like a combination of Von Karma and Edgeworth, though. Those eyes please me. Nipponiese. Huh? They shroud your fear, your doubt, your trepidation. They run wild, clinging to some phantom notion of courage. The quintessential look of a sacrificial lamb. A cold shiver just ran down my spine all the way to the tip of my toes. Now, Mr. McGilded. Yes, my lord. You stand accused of murder, a capital offense. You could be sent to the gallows if found guilty. Are you quite sure you wish to entrust your defense to this foreigner? Oh, he did the Gaijin card. As I've always said, my lord, 'tis a grand thing. 'Tis a grand thing to give opportunities to the young. Even if the fella is a student from some little island off in the Far East. It is not the British way to ignore the dangers of yourself and give... Is it not the British way to ignore the dangers to yourself and give those less fortunate a fair chance? I'd like to think that the acts of chivalry do the great British Empire proud. Mother, may we please go play in Mr. McGilded's park? It seems as though everyone in the public gallery is firmly behind Mr. McGilded. That's definitely welcome news, and he certainly has a way with words. I'm surprised he couldn't convince anyone to defend him. Eloquently put, Mr. McGilded, and most laudable sentiments. Now, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I'm sure I need hardly remind you that you 6 members of the public have been selected for your Shit, how do I read this word? Impartiality. Are you ready to proceed? Yes, my lord. If the task is to send rotters to the gallows where they belong, I'm more than ready. At the manor, his lordship always says we should dispose of rubbish promptly. Naturally, I agree. Any criminals here will soon be wishing they never set eyes on me. Oh, he's drunk. I feel it, Jill. Oh, don't mind me, my dears. I'll just be getting on with my knitting. Must finish these mitts for my grandson. Oh no. Mr. Naruhodo, those people are... the jury, yes. That's something we don't have in Japan yet. Ugh. That's right. I've only ever read about it.
But here in Great Britain, the court's final verdict depends on the opinions of these 6 jurors. The judge passes sentence according to the law, but the jurors determine guilt based on common sense. So the defendant is ultimately judged from 2 completely different points of view. But how exactly do the jurors give their verdict? That I don't know, but I'm sure it will become clear as the trial progresses. Yeah.
Prosecutor Van Zykes. My lord. It's been a number of years since we've seen you here in the courtroom. I thought you'd renounced your fame. I'm known as the Reaper of the Bailey, my lord. Infamy rather than fame, I would say. But yes, 5 years have passed since I last spread my wings in this capacity. So, what brings you back? Is there some change of circumstance which the court should be aware? I leave that to your imagination, my lord.
So the Reaper has been out of action for 5 years. Why did he have to choose today of all days to make a comeback? Don't lose heart, Mr. Naruhodo.
He probably has some ulterior motives. As you wish, sir. The court nevertheless welcomes your return. Now then, opening statements, I think. A summary of the case, if you please.
Certainly, my lord. As your lordship is aware, this is a case of overwhelming simplicity.
We must be the only ones here who aren't aware.
Should I be doing a Dracula accent? I don't know. I almost feel like it's raw. Because it's not like they put it in the text either, but like... The incident took place in the late evening, 3 days past. The hour was some minutes after 10. The victim was a maker of building bricks known in the community as Thrice Fried Mason.
Sorry? Thrice?
He was a very accomplished craftsman. The bricks he fired were said to be almost indestructible.
Oh shit! The victim's corpse was discovered in an omnibus in service on the streets of London at the time. A dagger had been thrust into the victim's abdomen. Is believed to be the ultimate cause of death.
Wait, there's a button missing. Wait. There's a button missing. Why?
Here's the autopsy reports from the investigating medical officer at Scotland Yard.
Thank you, counsel. I shall accept that in the photograph as evidence.
It's a colored picture!
And one further item of evidence.
Wait. I want to look at it again. Hold on. Yeah, a button's missing. This is important. Important. I'm calling it now. Stabbed once in the abdomen with a knife while journeying in an omnibus. Died due to internal hemorrhaging resulting from the trauma. Okay. The prosecution wishes to submit these as well. And these are...
Good lord! Is it blood, counsel?
Yes, my lord. Seized by a policeman who arrived at the scene. These gore-soaked gloves were taken from the hands of the accused when he was arrested.
What? Mr. McGilded's gloves had blood on them? This man does not look like he wears gloves, though. Yes, I will accept these as evidence as well. Wait, that's not even...
Yes, I will accept these as evidence as well.
What if he's left-handed? Do these even fit him? How did I get into this? Oh, I'm backed into a corner before I even started.
Continuing. According to the driver of the omnibus, there were only 2 passengers traveling inside his vehicle at the time.
Only 2?
Obviously, one of those passengers was the deceased brickmaker, Mr. Mason. The other was the accused, Magnus McGilded. Well, rather damning circumstances to say the least. Defendant, what say you?
Well, of course, I have no recollections of such a thing. Mr. McGilded. To be sure, I rode the omnibus that evening. But whenever I'm in a carriage, I'm taken with a fierce tiredness, and I always succumb to it.
Are you claiming to have been asleep?
'Tis the motion of the carriage, my lord.
How did... Lilton? Oh gosh.
Lilton, so it is.
And when I opened my eyes again,
'twas a desperate sight before me. The body of a man I'd never laid eyes on before in me life. Now I ask yous, what good-hearted soul wouldn't rush to help a fella bleeding from his stomach? I wasn't about to start worrying about me gloves now, was I? I reached out to give the man a hand. So the blood got onto the gloves then, after the man had been killed.
unfortunately, that statement of the driver's is only the beginning.
What? That's not all of it?
There were multiple witnesses to the precise moment at which the brickmaker was fatally stabbed. Okay, then, are they gonna come here, or what? Order! Order! Or why is it spelled with an A here? When the killing took place, only the victim and the accused were inside the carriage. And there were witnesses to the crime. This is not the case. This is not just a case of compelling evidence. It's the nail in the coffin for the accused. Oh yeah, you sure would know about coffins, wouldn't you, Mr. Dracula Face? Thank you, counsel. The circumstances of the crime have been made quite clear. I think we will hear testimony from these witnesses first of all. Your wish is my command. Okay, where are we? What would not? Oh my lord, this. Oh my god. Why is that guy's hat moving? Witnesses, your names and occupations.
My name's... Well, everyone calls me Peppo. I drive an omnibus in the East End.
Bruce Fairplay. I'm a banker in the city.
My name's First. Lady...
I don't know why that was so funny to me. I'm sorry.
I make hats for gents.
Let's begin by confirming the facts. 3 days ago, at a short time after 10 o'clock in the evening, all of you present in the stand were in an omnibus and witnessed to the aforementioned incident. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Quite right.
Yes, sir, that's right, sir.
Too many men, help. I don't have as much of a range on the guys. Help. Very well then, let's proceed to your formal testimonies, please. Each of you will tell the court precisely what you saw. Oh, different text for the British side. Okay.
It was the last bus of the evening, so I had a few customers. I remember it well.
The victim and the man accused of killing him were sat next to each other inside the bus. Then out of the blue, the accused just reached over and plunged a knife right into its guts.
That's right. He stabbed him. I screamed. I did. Couldn't help it.
Why is his hat falling off?
As soon as I heard the scream, I saw it stop my bus. And then I saw it too.
Hiding a bait. We're back to the baby doc.
Unambiguous testimony, I must say. Exactly, my lord.
These men witnessed the incident in the omnibus with their own eyes. I'd like to ask a question if I may.
Yes, counsel.
Well, this testimony makes absolutely no sense to me whatsoever.
Why not?
Well, the incident took place inside a moving carriage, didn't it?
As has been clearly stated from the outset, yes.
Well, in that case, how could those two witnesses possibly have seen what happened? There's no way they could have seen inside the moving carriage. Oh no, they're gonna make fun of him.
Oh, quite.
I've read that civilization in the Eastern Island nations was a good century behind their own. But you're here in London yourself. Are you really so ignorant about our omnibuses? Huh? Tell me, my Nipponese friend, have you ever even traveled in an omnibus? Well, no. We, only arrived in London this morning. No matter. I've arranged for us all to see for ourselves. The actual scene of the crime, that is. What do you mean? The actual scene? How? A carriage is designed to be moved, after all. Presumably, you understand that much? Yeah? The omnibus in which this bloody crime took place is here today, in this very building. Here? What? The entire carriage? Bailiff! Bring forth the stricken omnibus. How big is it? How does it fit in the court? Okay, sure. This is fine. So that's an omnibus. The omnibus. I can't believe they could bring something so enormous in here. Great Britain's courtrooms are amazing. As you can see, the omnibus is pulled by 2 horses and can carry up to 8 passengers. We built, yeah, okay. 4 passengers seating inside the closed cabin and another 4 on top of the roof deck above. Every Londoner knows that the best views of the city architecture and sights are to be had on top of the omnibus. And I should point out for our foreign guests that there is a skylight in the roof, allowing a view of the interior from the seats above. Ah, skylight. Oh! The penny drops at last, I see. The 2 gentlemen were occupying the rooftop seats on this omnibus when the murder took place. That is how they came to witness the grim incident. This guy fixing his hat is gonna drive me insane. Please stop. Through the skylight. That makes perfect sense.
Well, counsel, this is a first. In all my years behind the bench, I never experienced a crime scene itself being brought into the courtroom.
There are a number of important clues remaining inside the carriage, my lord. I would like to submit the omnibus itself as evidence. I mean, I guess it is. That is the prosecution's wish. I mean, I guess sure. Okay.
Very well, I see no reason why not. This omnibus is hereby formally accepted as evidence.
Just, here's the whole fucking cart. Yep, here you go, evidence. I can't believe it. The entire crime scene entered as evidence? Can I examine it? Ooh! I can! Ooh! Ooh! Can I open the door and go inside? Can I, oh, I hate the camera in this thing. Spin it, or it's so hard to spin it though. Like, I'm not even gonna lie, it's Oh, that's great. Anyway. I hate controlling this camera angle. If it ever looks like I'm struggling. No! No! Wrong button. Okay, I'm just gonna use my mouse for this because otherwise rotating this thing drives me bonkers. It's it's actually kind of already bad enough, but like the mouse is slightly easier. I keep forgetting right click is back. The Crystal Tower? Like in Final Fantasy XIV? Critically, yeah. I imagine this was probably on the touchscreen, so it's probably easier, right? If I had to hazard a guess, this could be on the touchscreen. And you can easily just rotate it by touch controls. Like, it's even this is still somewhat annoying. Oh, this is the same thing. It's just on the other side. One thing, I kind of want to know, like, where was it on the screen, but, like, obviously I don't want to, like, look up anything. Can I open these drawers? Oh. No. Oh, there's a handle here, but there's not a... Oh, okay. So there's a handle here. Oh! Oh, for stuff. Okay. But this side doesn't have one. Okay. Alright, so... Alright, let's see what else there is to poke on the outside. Oh. What's this? Okay. Not a hold of what? Do you know skip what? Okay. Trying to see what else there is to like. Oh, something lit up here. Is it just the seat? Yeah, it's the same thing. Okay. I wonder if this is in the English version or in the Japanese one too. Whoop! I pulled my cursor so far around, trying to rotate this stupid thing, that I swapped to my OBS window. Alright, I think that's all that's on here. Okay, so I can move my mouse out of the way. Can I examine? Oh, okay. I want to make sure I examine everything. Oh, these are rotatable too, for some reason. Sure. Is anywhere else clickable? No, I think not. Whee! Is that his name on the inside? What does that say? Oh, it says Atsugi's name! Cute. Okay, I think I've managed everything.
Yes! Great Britain is simply extraordinary!
I could help myself a lot by giving that omnibus a thorough examination. Don't worry, way ahead of you, bro. Let us continue with the proceedings then. Your cross-examination council. Pray don't expect this Nipponese to stray and to understand the intricacies of a British court's cross-examination rights. What? I don't actually, like, know what the fuck those words said. I did not process a damn word he said. There. Alright, my first cross-examination in a British court. Focus. Ryunosuke. Focus. Alright, time to press everything.
Hold it!
Yes, I think it was sometime after 10, wasn't it? Oh, yes, sir. That's right, sir. It was so cold it was. Freezing, in fact. And you had 4 passengers on board at the time, is that correct? Yes, that's right, sir. No, auto traveling at the same parts of the bus, but of course. Of course, though. No. Okay, no one's doing anything. And there were no other passengers when the incident took place. No one alighted, for example. I assume that's meaning drunk, right? You're quite right with that, sir. No other passengers like that. Nope, no, none. So nobody fled the scene of the crime, then? I have to say, the boss insists on it running. He does. Every evening, the last bus of the day. But I do wonder sometimes if it's altogether worthwhile. Yes, this is hard to say. What do you mean by that? Well, with it being so cold and everything, and only making 20 pence on the run, you see.
Excuse me!
Oh, whoops. Oh, not particularly. Sorry, He's troubling me with that hat his head. Has he greased his head? Oh dear, sir. I hope that my hat's not troubling you, sir. I still have an apprentice, you see.
Mr. Naruhodo, even the witnesses can see what's going through your mind. You really must be more careful.
Sorry, I didn't mean to click him. Wait, did I not finish pressing this? Shit. Because, yeah. Nothing's happening on those two. Because I accidentally... Yes, I spend that much on at the pub on the way home, just trying to warm up again. Oh, okay. I was basically done.
Hold it!
Okay, give me more details, bro. And you saw them through the skylight of the roof of the carriage?
That's right. When you sit up on the top deck, the window's right there at your feet.
But why would you be looking down?
There was a lamp on the inside, so I had a pretty good view.
That does not look like McGilded. That's the suits are wrong color. He's not wearing gloves. So where the fuck do these gloves come from? Hello?
The two of them were wearing hats, and I couldn't exactly make out their faces. But there's not a shred of doubt in my mind that it was Mr. McGilded.
Why? How can you be so sure?
Well, how can I put it politely? McGilded is a gentleman of rather small stature. I couldn't have mistaken him for anyone else.
Let's not forget, when the vehicle came to a halt, the only people inside the enclosed cabin were the deceased Mr. Mason and Mr. McGilded. There's no room for doubt here. I really wish there was. But like, that doesn't look like his suit at all.
Hold it!
You actually saw the exact moment it happened?
Didn't I already testify to that? Or are fair dinkum hard-working city bankers not considered trustworthy these days?
Oh, no. I didn't mean that. Sorry, I'm gonna have some Smarties.
My lord! Juror number 3, what's the meaning of this?
My mind is made up, my lord. Completely and utterly made up. Made up about what? I don't like the stinking rich. Never have. That is not impartial. Why is she allowed? They're always up to something or other that they shouldn't be. Every one of them. And that little leprechaun of a man is no oh my god, sir? Well, he can't fool me. Huh? Huh? There's no point in wasting time listening to any more of this. That's my opinion on the matter anyway.
The fuck? That is precisely what I was about to say. As the foreman of the jury, it is my duty to set a good example to my fellow jurors.
What? What the? What is happening here? Let me see. Ah, yes. It seems that's how the members of their jury give their verdicts.
With fire?
Apparently, yes. White for innocent and black for guilty.
I didn't know that was part of the British legal system. Okie dokie.
As the 6 members of the jury make up their minds about the case, one by one, they each cast a ball of fire into the great scales of justice, as we saw just a moment ago. So if those enormous scales fall completely to the black side, does that mean... Yep. So you can just cast them whenever the fuck.
Very well. The court acknowledges the change in the jury's stance. Counsel for the defense, please continue with your cross-examination.
This is a nightmare.
That should be illegal.
Hold it!
You stabbed him, you say, and you were sitting up on the roof deck, were you?
Yes, that's right, sir. I was up on the roof seats. I remember seeing the little gent sitting next to the fellow that was stabbed. I'd been thinking about a new hat design, you see, so I was just gazing absent-mindedly around. But then it happened to look down through the skylight. It was sticking right out of his belly, that huge great knife.
A grim sight indeed.
That didn't help me at all.
Wait, am I not supposed to just press everything? Wait, but that's like... the first thing you do in Ace Attorney. Help! Mr. First.
Oh, yes, sir.
Is this the knife you saw?
Oh, good grief. Yes, that's it. The very one, sir. Is that?
Yes, Counsel. This is the blade that was driven into the victim's belly like a stake through the heart. As one should be driven through mine. Because I am a vampire. Blah blah blah. That is a blade of considerable size, Counsel. It is, and furthermore, the scabbard is emblazoned prominently with a certain initial. The letter M, which seems oddly familiar. Because, of course, one letter of our 24-letter alphabet is incriminating evidence, yes.
Please, no.
M, for Magnus, perhaps, or McGilded, possibly. Take your pick. It seems this particular big name in London made a magnificent mistake. Capital M's.
Objection!
Oh no, the wet slap. But there are M's everywhere. Like, yes, like in Mason.
Objection!
Ooh, different objection text. Cute.
This blade is far too extravagant for a poor brickmaker to have owned. I don't think he's supposed to sound vampire-y, but I've committed, okay? Based on that objection, whatever, I'm committed. No, this weapon of murder almost certainly belongs to the accused. Not conclusive, but certainly compelling, Counsel.
Okay.
My lord, if you'll forgive the interruption.
Fuck! Is this literally Wumbo? It's W for Wumbo. Turnabout cases, thank you. Yep, got it. Literally, did you set it to Wumbo? That's not a plate, that's cost him a soul. Wow, Yunosuke. Very an Englishman's blood looks a lot like a Japanese man's blood.
Did you think it wouldn't?
What do you think, like, English people have blue blood or something? Why does the hilt not have any options? Look, I'm just... Yeah. I don't know what he means. Alright, I think that's all I can examine. Oops. Juror number 2, go on.
Mr. McGilded is a pillar of society and a gentleman, and a gentleman's word should be sacrosanct. However...
No!
Those of us in service know we must accept hard truths.
Wait! What are you about to do? Dispose of the rubbish.
No. I don't wish to cause offense. But I do like to eradicate all traces of filth and grime.
I have painstakingly typed every word uttered here today and cross-referenced all the facts. We haven't finished! As such, I am now in a position to draw the only logical conclusion. Hello?
Not again.
That's 4 out of 6 jury members who propose a guilty verdict.
There are only 2 left.
We've had it. Every time I press these witnesses for more information, I just make the situation worse.
Nevertheless,
What we need more than anything at the moment is more information. We're still very much in the dark. I suppose I'll just have to keep pressing the witnesses, knowing that more sparks may well fly. We mustn't give up hope that we'll uncover something that will give us a way to fight back. But... Alright, I'll keep trying. Wait, so like... These juries sound pretty not impartial. They sound pretty biased, all of them. Like, maybe the prosecution had a hand in picking all of them. Sus. Amugus.
Hold it!
What exactly did you see? Oh, well, sir, that would be the passenger, sir. Yes, collapsed on the floor he was. And by the passenger, obviously you are referring to the victim, Mr. Mason, the brickmaker. And the other passenger that had the knife in his hand, like this. While the other passenger, obviously you are referring to the accused, Mr. Magnus McGilded. And then he punched it down like this. Stabbing the other passenger in the belly. What? That sounds like bullshit. My lord, I wish to oh, fuck. Okay, this guy is highly biased. You're the master of the London Guild of Coachmen? The idea of a murder being committed in one of the city's carriages is utterly abhorrent to me. It wouldn't be right to make a decision before hearing all the facts, though I said to myself. Bullshit. But I've heard enough now. The horse has bolted, as they say. No, please, just keep an open mind a little Get up now, Silver Blaze! The finish is in sight! Bro. Beppo is a long-standing member of the guild, and I trust what the man says. That's extremely biased. That is extremely fucking biased. Oh, thank you, sir. You're too kind, sir. This is too unkind, sir. Which now means that 5 jurors agree to condemn this man. Oh, the poor sweet lady. She just wants to do her knitting. Madame Juror number 6.
Yes, dear. What can I do for you?
You have heard the testimonies of the witnesses in the stand.
Oh, yes. I certainly have. Still got my hearing, you know.
Then, pray tell, why are you yet to pronounce your leaning?
Well, dear, the thing is, I'm a creature of habit, me. I always go to the park at around this time of day and sit on a nice bench and get on with my knitting.
The voices are blended together, I'm so sorry.
There's a lovely little park just near where I live. McGilted Park, it's called. The gentleman donated it to the city, you know. To put a smile on Londoners' faces, he said. I can't imagine such a fine young gentleman would have it in him to take another man's life. He's always doing wonderful things for the city.
That's right, a man like that wouldn't stab someone, surely.
Mother, may we go to the McGilded Public Library Laborer and borrow some more books?
How many Londoners live with their heads in the clouds? Do you people not know? What kind of a man Magnus McGilded really is? What kind of man he is? The philanthropist, Magnus McGilded. Has enough wealth to purchase the entire city he claims to value so highly, then why doesn't he? But where did all that wealth come from? Your client is a Shylock, sir, and one with the very darkest of souls. What?
Stone the crows!
McGilded lends money in extortionate rates of interest so his victim have no hope of repaying him. When they default, he takes possession of everything they own. He is a vulture that preys on the weak.
I've never heard any mention of that before.
Your faculties haven't deserted you, I'm sure, madame. So had this thought not to cross your mind? Would a wealthy man enough with the money... Blah, 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 blah. Would a man wealthy enough to buy London in its entirety not have a carriage of his own? What possible reason could this man have had to make use of a public omnibus service? You're not saying that. The victim, a poor brickmaker, had next to nothing to his name save considerable financial liability. It will come as no surprise that his creditor was the accused, Magnus McGilded. But to let it also be known that the very day Mr. Mason was killed was the final repayment date for his debts. Oh. Good gracious. The brickmaker was destitute. He had lost his house. He had a lot of shilling with which to repay his debts. And in the end, this pitiful soul had the very last thing he owned taken from him, his life. By the merciless philanthropist pretender, Magnus McGilded. I don't believe it.
Susato! If I might add something briefly. Miss Susato. You claim that the victim had been lent money by Mr. McGilded. But where is the evidence to support your claim?
I love Susato. I love Susato. I love Susato. Why was he allowed to bring that into the court? Pray forgive the discourtesy of filling my hallowed chalice in the courts of law. Aha! There it is! Lord Van Zyke's hallowed chalice! How can this be considered acceptable? But I find myself in unexpectedly good humor. I had heard ladies from the Far East could show great courage, but I didn't expect to experience it myself.
As a judicial assistant to the defense, I am simply doing my job.
What a pity that your display of courage is in vain. This is the debtor's ledger, with details of all monies loaned by the accused. You will find the victim's name clearly recorded inside. Allow me to present this ledger as evidence. And pray forgive the discourtesy of raising my chalice in a toast to the enigmatic East at the same time. A marvelous toast, Counsel. I will gladly accept this new evidence.
Yes, 20 guineas. The victim owed a considerable sum.
Why is it also 3D? Please stop this.
Can't read shit.
Bruce Fairplay? Hmm. 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 Okay, we have a motive for someone else now. A motive for framing the case now. Got it. Bruce Fairplay would want to get McGilded arrested so that he wouldn't have to pay his dues. And the accused made quite certain he had ample recompense.
Well, it would seem I've had the wool pulled over my eyes.
Regrettably, madame, that is the modus operandi of the accused.
And it's such a pretty little part, too! What a scoundrel!
No!
Still, maybe it's all for the best.
Wait a minute. Let's think about this a little more before...
I don't stand for nonsense.
Wait! What? Huh? We finally got our clue!
According to this Encyclopedia of British Law, when all members of the jury have concluded that the defendant is guilty, court proceedings are suspended, and the presiding judge will deliver the final verdict and sentence. That's what it says here.
Oh, the final verdict. It's over then.
Oh. There's a footnote, though.
A footnote?
However, the defense...
All 6 members of the jury are now in agreement in this case.
Wait. Susato, finish your sentence. Susato, finish your sentence. Allow me to convey my respect for your swift and righteous decision.
According to the laws of this country, I will now conclude the trial by delivering my final verdict. I trust there are no objections.
Mr. Sato, just tell me one thing.
Oh, yes?
You were in the middle of saying something before. The footnote in your Encyclopedia of British Law. However, the defense... What did it say next?
Oh, yes, of course. One moment.
Yeah, finish your sentence, girl!
However, the defense has the right to demand a summation examination of the jurors at this point.
The fuck is that? Summation examination?
Objection!
A summation examination. From which century has that tome you have there been resurrected? Judging from the binding, I would say that book is at least 50 years old. Any modern text on British law wouldn't even give such an antiquated procedure a mention. It's a relic, long forgotten, and certainly no longer practiced. So you're out of luck.
Oh.
What even is it, Mr. Sato? This so-called summation examination.
Oh, one moment, and I'll read about it.
You would demand the right of procedure before you even understand what it entails. Typical Nipponese.
Alright, Mr. Naruhodo. I think I understand. It seems that under this procedure, we would be able to appeal to the members of the jury.
To do what, exactly?
Appeal to them to change their leaning and reverse their decisions. And it says here that... if successful, the proceedings of the trial must be resumed. Make them reverse their decisions.
Wait, why are you sounding Estinian, Faye? Yes, in times gone by, barristers would use a summation examination to attempt to influence the jury's decision. But that procedure became something of a formality with no practical benefit, really. But rather fell out of use. Oh, it says... Oh, I wouldn't know the English Estinian voice. Okay, that's why.
I wonder why.
Because it was devoid of purpose. Changing just one member of the jury's mind would be hard enough, let alone several. No self-respecting defense barrister would even assert his right to try in this day and age.
Still... I don't see any mention of the procedure actually being formally revoked.
What are you suggesting?
I'm suggesting that although it may be antiquated and largely forgotten, it isn't yet extinct. What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo?
And yet I gave Van Zykes a fucking Dracula accent.
Assert our right. The defense wishes to assert its right to a summation examination, my lord.
Objection!
London is the capital city of the most powerful nation on earth. We have a duty to the world to exemplify the very highest standards of judicial procedure. Summation examinations are an embarrassment that should be remained buried.
Objection!
But if it's our right, it's our right. I believe it could prove vital in this trial. The defense's petition is perfectly valid. The court will proceed with the summation examination. This is madness. Ormond, are you and the remainder of the jury ready? Well, I'm not a... There's no mention in this letter I received, you see, so... All members of the jury will be asked to explain on what grounds they have reached their decision. On what grounds? You must all justify your decision and explain why you believe the defendant to be guilty. Well, my lord, you're rather putting us on the spot.
This is most irregular. No mention was made of this before.
I don't really hold with all this justifying lark.
That seems to have thrown the jurors off. It seems none of them had experienced this before.
Alright then, the summation examination. The defense procedure no practicing lawyer has attempted for years, is it? Well, just maybe. It might be the opportunity we've been looking for. To turn this trial around like the Japanese title of the game. Also, is this a real thing? Like... I don't know, law. Or was this a real thing? Sorry, I should use past tense. So be it then, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the court hereby calls upon you to state the grounds on which you find the defendant, Magnus McGilded, guilty of this most serious crime. There was no one else inside the carriage at the time, so it had to have been him.
I trust the driver. He has an excellent memory, it seems. 4 passengers with fares totaling 20 pence.
He stuck the chap next to him just like this. Brazen, I must say. Absolutely.
That's not a reason, bro.
I have simply typed and collated all of the statements made thus far and drawn the logical conclusions.
You can trust the guild. Fair fares is our motto.
We haven't raised our prices above 4 pence for years.
The scoundrel stabbing that poor man on the floor. It beggars belief. How are these reasons?
Half of these aren't reasons!
I'm starting to wish I hadn't pushed with this now. Some of the jurors don't seem to have wonderfully formed arguments, don't they?
Well, let's see what we can do. We need to get these 6 people to change their minds.
Just a moment, Mr. Naruhodo. According to my book, that's not quite how it works.
Oh? I thought I was going to have to thaw their icy minds with some heartwarming rhetoric about the defendant.
Unfortunately,
Once the jurors have decided the defendant is guilty, they're unlikely to heed anything the defense says. But then...
they've reached their conclusions by their own reasoning, you see. Your pleas will sound like excuses. In fact, it could recoil on you. The more you try to persuade them, the more entrenched they may become.
Then what on earth am I supposed to do?
Oh dear. I'm just citing what I've read about British law, Mr. Naruhodo.
Right, I'm sorry. Do you have any idea how to make this work, then?
Well, from what I can understand, the key to this procedure is using the jurors' own words to make your arguments.
What do you mean?
Well, the 6 members of the jury are randomly selected members of the public. They may appear to present a united front, but the truth is, they're completely strangers, who just happen to find themselves here in the courtroom together.
And that's the way to break them down, you mean?
Yeah, exactly. We must listen very carefully to what each member of the jury says, and see if we can identify any contradictory statements. If we can, then we can contrast the statements and pit the corresponding jurors against each other.
I see. So it's contradictions in what 2 or more jurors say that we're looking for. In a way, then, this is similar to regular cross-examination.
Yes, I suppose you're right.
Find contradictions in their statements and pit the jurors against one another to break them down. Alright, I might be able to pull this off. No, that's not right. I have to pull this off. Ooh, I read his mind. Yes, my lord. Oh, I have to go on the stand. Spoopy. Okay, so wait, can I press? Is that safe?
Hold it!
Give me more. Certainly, the testimonies we've heard suggest the victim and Mr. McGildip were alone in the carriage. Precisely my point. But, could there be some other explanation? Something we haven't considered yet? Such as? Yunosuke. Yunosuke! Yunosuke! You don't guess.
Oh dear. He doesn't appear to be in the mood to consider alternative point of view, does he?
Yeah, but I want to press them first. Okay, so no pressing. That doesn't help. Oh! Pit! The 2 statements are completely contradictory. What? Explain, counsel, post-haste.
Oh, dearie me. I was only knitting a jumper for my other half.
What's all this claptrap? What does contradictory even mean, I ask you? Well, we've heard from more than one... Oh, this scene is nice. That they allegedly saw the actual moment when the defendant stabbed the victim. Now, out of curiosity, juror number 3... What? Can't you see I'm busy here? Well, don't bring a knife to a fucking courtroom. Don't play with your fucking knife. How would you say the defendant stabbed the victim? What sort of motion was it? Wanna test me, do ya? It was like this. Stuck the fellow next to him without even getting up. Just like the prim banker said. Yes, that was Mr. Fairplay's testimony, quite true. Now then, juror number 6.
Oh, is that me? Is it? What can I do for you, young man?
How would you say the defendant stabbed the victim, madame?
Oh, well, dear, as far as I understand it. Ah! It was like this! He stabbed the poor man after he'd collapsed on the floor. The coachman said so.
Now don't move. Take a look at these two jurors. He stuck the fellow next to him without even getting up. And he stabbed the poor man after he'd collapsed on the floor. Well, I never. Well, they're stabbing in totally different directions. What?
Bless my stitches, what a muddle.
I love the old lady. She's cute. she's a sweet little old lady. What this tells us is that there's a strong possibility one of the witnesses isn't telling the truth.
Oh.
But why? Why the dickens would they lie? I don't know that yet. But what I do know is that the trial ends at this point. We may never find out. We may never know the real truth. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, can you really let that happen in all good conscience? Consciousness? Conscience. Words.
Lies, you say? Oh, dearie me.
Oh!
I can't abide people telling lies.
Oh!
Oh! We did it! The scales!
I don't believe it! Wait! Now hear this, my fellow jurors. I warn you, you cannot listen to this man. Look at him in his black suit. He's clearly some devious Eastern sorcerer using magic on us all. If I could use magic, do you really think I'd be putting myself through all of this? Answer me this, Doc Jinx. What? What? Huh? Me? What exactly is the problem? What if two witnesses have slightly different recollections of events? What of it? A lot of it? Let's say the Shylock did stab the victim when he was sat next to him on the omnibus. Literally. And this young dandy saw him do it. And now let's say the victim collapsed on the floor and then the Shylock stabbed him again. And this old lady saw him do it. Well, what's to say it didn't happen like that,
Who are you calling dandy, sir? Why, I should take this knife to you. Who are you calling old? Why, I should take this needle to you.
They're ready to kill each other now. But could the foreman of the jury be right? Do the two witnesses see two different moments of the same crime? But it's out of the question. Unfortunately, Mr. Foreman. What is it, you dark dinks? Come on with it! What you're suggesting is impossible. It's out of the question. What? What are you talking about, man? How can you possibly say that? You do realize that I'm only doing my job. As foreman of the jury, I have a responsibility to steer everyone in the right direction. So, where's your evidence, man? That's what we want to see. I say that two witnesses saw two different moments of the same crime. If you say that's out of the question, show me proof. It looks like the only way I'm gonna convince him is to present him with the fucking picture. Okay. As you wish. What? I'll give you the proof. It's this. Because how would he if he didn't follow the floor? What's this?
Take that!
Take this. This clear what? Huh? 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 Oh. Well, both of them say that. Both of them. How would he have fallen to the floor and gotten stabbed another time if the picture shows him like this... I hate this. Ah!
Take that!
It's this one. This is the victim's autopsy report. According to what's written here, Mr. Mason was stabbed in the abdomen only once. Only once? I might need to, if they give us a recess, I'm gonna take a moment to make more tea. It's quite simple. The victim was stabbed precisely one time. Which means these victim witnesses can't possibly have seen it happen 2 different times. Alright, I concede defeat. Ooh! The guy who was the first one to go. That's impressive. Oh, look how cute she is.
Oh, well done, Mr. Naruhodo. You did it! If we can manage to change 2 more jurors' minds, we can force the trial to continue.
2 more. Actually, there is something else that's bothering me about a couple of their assertions.
Then that's what you must strike next.
They need to pit 2 more jurors against each other and show that there's another contradiction in their assertions.
Exactly. You can do it. I'm reading your mind.
Okay. This one was already done, right? I feel like... Wait. 4 times 4 pence is wrong. Right? Because our fares are 4 pence, so 4 passengers, that would be not 20.
Objection!
I don't know what number it is, but it's not 20. I can do math.
Me? Oh dear, what have I said?
I swear on Silver Blaze's maiden name, I haven't the first idea what you're talking about. According to the group testimony we've heard so far, there were 4 passengers on the omnibus on the night in question. And according to the coachman, Mr. Beppo, he took 20 pence in fares.
Quite right. I have those precise details typed neatly here in front of me.
And juror number 5 also told us the following. The fare for the omnibus is always 4 pence. That it is. A fair and convenient single price. Just the way London's carriages should be operated. But that doesn't add up at all. I may be bad at math, but I know 4 times 4 is not 20. In fact, it lays a glaring discrepancy in the facts. Why, man, why? 4 passengers paying 4 pence each. If you do the multiplication...
It would be 16 pence.
Exactly. As I said, it doesn't add up. The figures are different. By 4 pence, in fact. Or precisely 1 person's fare. 1 person's fare? Yes. In other words, on the omnibus that night, it's distinctly possible there was another passenger we've heard nothing about. Good gracious! Oh, this shot is so cool. This can't be right. The coachmen of the guild are good, honest men, and one and all, trustworthiness is our watchword.
The figures your coachman claims most certainly do not add up. Your watchword, good sir, is a fallacy.
I beg your pardon? Mr. Guildmaster, I think you ought to consider that if this trial were to end now, the news will surely spread all over London. The news that one of your coachmen tried to hide the fact that he let nefarious characters ride his omnibus. Alright, then how do I make this so this miserable trial doesn't end,
She's so cute! Well, according to my book here, you simply launch a ball of fire into the innocent side of the set of scales.
Now hold your horses there, coachman. We're all in agreement. Why do you have to go in? Wait till I get my hands on you, Beppo.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I'm so very irritated.
Begging your pardon, sir. I'm going to do the same.
For the love of Mike! Who's Mike? Not you as well.
A penny can be the difference between a smile and a tear, after all. I certainly can't put my trust in someone who doesn't follow my exacting standards in financial matters.
Oh, really?
I, for one, think it's only proper that we hear from the witnesses again.
What?
Wait, that means 4 jurors are now leaning to not guilty.
We've done it, Mr. Naruhodo! We've won!
Look at her cute little pose. Look at her, 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 look at her! Ah! I love her.
What are you playing at, you dandy fool? Shut your trap, sir. No one deceives me. But we had a consensus. I said shut your trap.
Well, thank you for the posture check. I know a liar when I see one. And if the champ ever dares to cross the threshold of my shop...
Sir? 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 No! Please tell me he's a barber. Well, in a quite remarkable turn of events, the defense summation examination has flipped the balance of scales of justice. The jurors now stand at 2 for guilty and 4 for not guilty. Accordingly, there is no longer a large enough majority among the jury for me to adjudicate that word, and the trial must continue. The law is going. I need some tea soon, though. I hereby ask the defense, prosecution, and witnesses to return to their places. And I call upon you to continue to pursue the truth. The great balls of fire are wild. Oh, Lord Van Zykes, continue to substantiate the case for the prosecution, if you please. Does he have Reaper branded like wine? Are those 2 sides on his wine glass? Yeah. Wine bottle? Yeah. Oh! Having savored the rich aroma of carmine contents of this hallowed chalice, it may seem crass to crush it to dust. Pray forgive the discourtesy. Bro, you filled it to then crush it? Huh? Why? For why? What are you gonna do next? Chug from the fucking wine bottle? Or do you have a secret second one that's like under the desk?
Lord Van Zykes!
Is it cold in here or is it just me?
As your acquainted Tom no doubt says, the prosecution may not speak during a summation examination. So I honor the deathly silence and listen to the charade. It seems I overestimated the intelligence of the jury. Huh? Well, no matter. There's nothing so hard to prove as self-evident truth, it would seem. No. And why else would we grace the courtroom with our presence after all? So, let us proceed to the next round of battle. Ooh! Oh! Bring forth the witness once more.
Oh, he shed the Dracula attire.
Witnesses! I trust you heard the summation examination we have just had to endure.
Oh, yes, sir. That I did, sir.
Of course I heard it.
Oh, yes, sir. I heard it.
You, sir, on the end, the coachman. I believe it's Beppo.
Yes, sir. My lord, sir.
If it transpires that in your previous testimony, you were attempting to veil the presence of a fifth passenger on your omnibus, you will be found guilty of perjury. You are advised to bear that in mind, sir.
Oh, mio Dio.
Now then, witnesses, I hereby call upon you to testify before the court again. You will explain the various misgivings brought to our attention by the defense's summation examination.
I only care for our passengers that night, but I swear,
Well, I for one was told I had to pay 5 pence for the bus.
He fiddled us on the fare, he did. And then I saw that blood-curdling sight as well. It's all too much.
I tell you, I saw McGill stabbing the man. Everything I said before stands.
Oh, yes, he stabbed him. Yes, he did. I think so, yes.
But if he swindled them by saying it was 5 pence, yes, that would work out. But he's gonna get in trouble with his employer. The phantom fifth passenger conjured into existence by my learned Eastern friend never existed. The confusion has arisen from the coachman's sly little... I don't know this word.
Beppo, explain yourself!
I'm terribly oh, his eyes.
Terribly sorry, Guildmaster.
The guild's fare is 4 pence across the board. You know that. Am I to understand that you've been overcharging our passengers by a penny a fare?
It's so cold, and the last run of the day is always half empty.
You've been dishonest, coachman.
I'm so sorry.
You're a disgrace, Beppo. A disgrace! And your selfless actions have brought dishonor to the entire guild.
If I may, sir. I had to pay 10 pence on the bus just last week.
What?
4 passengers at 5 pence each is, yes, 20 pence. I've done the arithmetic 10 times already, but I just can't make the result come out differently. No, that figures.
Well, it would appear that one of the aforementioned misgivings has already been explained. So, counsel for the defense, your cross-examination, if you please.
We've already had the pleasure of a protracted summation examination today.
I see you intend to continue the parlor games.
Absolutely.
Okay. Before we do this, I'm gonna do a quick be right back. I'm gonna make some tea. Let me at least give you guys some music. So I'll be right back. Ah, my glasses. They came off when I took my glasses off. I will be right back. I am still waiting for tea, but I will chat while we wait.
Well, anyway. Right, reminder everybody that the producer live letter is today at 2 a.m. EST. Today, well, tomorrow technically. I mix up the dates and Haru and I stayed up until almost 2 a.m. yesterday because when he asked me what time, I just checked the time and didn't add the day. So yeah, I mean, I still think I got a good amount of sleep, but yeah. Oh, my tea's ready. One sec. I'll be right back. Yeah, so what is it? I'll probably make sure we end at like midnight. Then that way, I can definitely watch the PLL. But yeah. Oops. Okay. Alright, time to press.
Hold it!
But you didn't charge them the standard 4 pence fare. Is that right? Oh, whoops. Oops, wrong button. It impossible to make the last run of the day pay. I was so cold, and all I could do to stop myself from passing out. I'm getting chilblains just listening to you. It was terrible, so I wanted to give myself a pat on the back for even keeping the bus running. Doesn't a dedicated coachman deserve an extra penny per passenger? You're digging a deeper hole for yourself here.
What if we did?
Hold it!
Does that mean everyone on board that night paid 5 pence instead of 4? Well, I paid 5 pence too, sir. And I just told you that I did. A flat fare of 5 pence across the board. It's not something to be proud of. The so-called discrepancy my learned friend identified was nothing of the sort. Much like the phantom killer you so desperately needed is gone, dead and buried. I'd have been happy if it had ever existed in the first place.
Hold it!
This blood-curdling sight. You mean the murder, I presume? Yes, sir. A loathsome sight. No one should have to witness the horror in the eyes of a man the moment his life is taken. Oh, well, not exactly, sir. I mean, I didn't actually see the exact moment the gent was stabbed. Good gracious, really? We have another witness who did, however. The banker has already testified to it. I almost feel bad that I gave him this, vampire accent. Because he's just supposed to be Edgeworth. But Mr. First didn't actually see the point at which the victim was killed. And now he's like stripped his like Dracula atmosphere. That may in turn turn out to be very significant. I heard the banker gent next to me take a sharp intake of breath, see? And that's when I looked at the glass. That's when I saw the horrible blade poking out from his belly, all covered in blood. Every time I see a knife now, I can't help screaming, even when I'm eating. A butter knife makes you scream? I tell you, I saw McGilded stabbing the man. Everything I said before stands.
Hold it!
So you saw the defendant, Mr. McGilded, stabbing the victim, Mr. Mason, who was sitting next to him? That's what I said, isn't it? It was bothering me before, this was. For just a brief moment, he hesitated before answering the question.
Anyway, there was only 2 of them inside the carriage, wasn't there?
There's been much talk of a 5th passenger, but as yet, 0 evidence.
Then what are we wasting all this time for, eh? It's black and white. The man's guilty.
Something about Mr. Fairplay's testimony just jars with me. I wish I could work out what it was.
Okay, what if I
Hold it!
You think so?
Earlier, you testified that you saw the moment when the defendant allegedly stabbed the victim, didn't you? Oh, yes, that's right. You said that the victim was on the floor, and described the assailant holding the knife in an ice pick grip. I suppose I might have, you know, yes. Put the cart before the horse, maybe.
What's this?
Well, I'm quite sure about most of it. I was driving the horses when I heard a scream from the seats on the roof deck. Oh, I expect that was me, sir. And when I turned around, yes, I saw it through the skylight. The gentleman was on the floor, and the knife was sticking out of him from the midriff. That's right, yes. And the fellow holding the hand was the famous man, yes. So, in short, you didn't see the moment when the victim was actually stabbed at all? I really thought that I did, but when I go over it in my head again, no, I suppose I didn't actually see the price I at the moment.
Truth!
Ooh!
Excuse me.
Sir? Oh, that doesn't look edible.
You have something to say about that, Mr. Fairplay?
Now you listen to me. I know what you're thinking.
He didn't really see the exact moment the fellow was stabbed. What are the chances then? Eh? Are you asking me or telling me? He's getting flustered. I might be able to extract some new information from him if I answer him cleverly. Would he have just happened to see the exact moment the crime was committed? Well, it is a little hard to believe, certainly. Unless you spend your time peeping through a skylight at the top of an omnibus, that is.
Peeping? I'm a respectable city banker, I'll have you know.
And I know what I saw. I'll remember it clear as a Ballarat, what is that? Day. It was a grim scene, I don't mind telling you.
Thank you, Mr. Fairplay.
Oh, excuse me if I was getting a little hot under the collar there, my lord.
I would ask you to supplement your testimony with a clear statement about what exactly you saw.
Oh, I can do that, all right. I'll tell you just how grim it was. Ooh. Do you think I forget the sight of those blood-soaked hands after that butcher stabbed the man? Not long ago, this trial very nearly came to an end. Somehow we've managed to keep our chances alive here. I can't waste this cross-examination. I have to use it to bring some new facts to light. If you're not careful where you press these witnesses, danger is that the jury will end up believing something unhelpful as they did before. Maybe, but we can't let the fear of that happening stop us from uncovering important new information. Yes, you're so right. I need to pay careful attention here. I don't want to miss even a flicker of a reaction amongst these witnesses. Remember, if you happen to spot one of the witnesses reacting in a strange way, don't hesitate to pursue them as the reason. Press everything. Blood-soaked?
Well, perhaps soaked is laying it on a bit thick, but anyway, there was definitely blood all over them. Both of them were covered in it.
Huh? And you saw that from the roof? Through the skylight?
Well, the skylight's reasonably large, so I had a pretty good view. And there was a lamp on the inside of the carriage as well, so I'm quite sure of what I saw.
As Banker's latest statement, I feel sure there's something not quite right about it. When you feel something doesn't quite add up, Mr. Naruhodo. Yeah. Well, Is that gonna be like a thing now where like the first like testimony or something is gonna get all of the gosh dang jury to like guilty verdict? And then we have to do the jury thingy and then we can actually do the case for real.
Objection!
The music stopped. We win. Blood-soaked hands. Well, I admit that soak might be laying on a little thick, but anyway, there was definitely blood all over them. Both of them were covered in it. Well, I'm very sorry to disagree, Mr. Fairplay, but that's more than a little peculiar. What? Here are the gloves worn by the defendant, Mr. McGilded, on the night in question. Oh, yes, right. And there certainly does appear to be a sizable dark-colored stain there. But, as I'm sure you can clearly see, it's only the right-hand glove. Uh-oh. Why is... That's not edible, sir. In short, Mr. Fairplay, your testimony is inconsistent. Yeah! But, no, this can't be right.
So you're the liar here then?
Yeah! You're gonna break your teeth on that. That's right. You were quite clear about that. You said it was both hands. Grr. You're gonna break your teeth, man. Dental is not included these days, I think. Mr. Fairplay, if your last statement was a lie, it calls your entire testimony into question. You say you saw the moment the victim was stabbed. But is that really the truth?
Objection!
Uh-oh. It was a simple mistake. You can't justify accusing this man of lying. Yes, it wasn't both hands, it was only one, but the fact remains. The victim's blood was on the accused.
Objection!
No, Mr. Fairplay categorically stated that he saw blood all over both hands, which means there's a strong possibility that this witness was deliberately trying to mislead the court. I mean, come on, he's responding like this? He's misleading the court. Why? I'm a city banker, for pity's sake. My word should be the gold standard. I'm a gentleman, not some gutter snipe. Upstanding members of society don't what's that word? Help. Whatever. He's claiming to have no reason to lie. But is that really the case? Mr. Naruhodo, if we had some evidence to explain why Mr. Fairplay might be lying, it could turn the tide in this trial completely. Yeah. I have evidence. Evidence. The defense is ready to present evidence. By Jove, are you sure? Yes, evidence that will clearly demonstrate why Mr. Fairplay had reason to lie in his testimony. Gah! His suit looks like the one in the view. I think he did it.
Take that!
Whew, picture shut up, we're good. I'm gonna let them... I'm not gonna read as much right now, I'm gonna take some sips of my tea. Is your name Bruce Fairplay? Uh-oh.
What? Mr. Fairplay!
Well, it's barely worth calling it debt. According to this ledger, you owe 20 guineas. Not an inconsiderable sum of money, wouldn't you say?
Well, what of it?
Let's suppose Mr. McGilded were to be found guilty of murder. What would become of your debt in that case?
These documents say that the loan agreement is forged between two individual parties. Therefore, were the creditor, the defendant here, to be sentenced to a capital punishment, all outstanding debts which were owed to him would be annulled. They would cease to exist.
cease to exist. Mr. Fairplay, is it not the case that you claimed your testimony to have seen something you never in fact saw? A devious attempt to annul your debt of 20 guineas to the defendant?
Oh. That's like the most lame breakdown I've ever seen. What the heck? That's the lamest meltdown I've seen in any Ace Attorney game. That was like disappointing. Well, maybe he has more for us.
Yes, my lord. Let me ask you again. And be aware that your answer may have most serious implications upon your future, sir.
Well, I don't know. He should be. I don't know what that noise was.
Did you or did you not see the precise moment in time which the defendant is alleged to have thrust a knife in, where did that come from? Thrust a knife into the victim.
What if he did? Your silence speaks volume. What if he did say because he did it? You did not tell the truth in your testimony.
Alright, now let's not make a melodrama out of this. Perhaps I did overstate the truth in a pinch.
A pinch?
But it makes no difference. I definitely remember seeing blood on McGilden's hands. Both of them.
Objection!
And yet, only one of the defendant's gloves, which we have here as evidence, is stained.
So you keep saying.
I wonder if I might be allowed to speak, sir.
Go ahead, Mr. First.
Well, the thing is, I think I remember seeing it myself, as it happens.
Seeing what?
The blood, sir, on the assailant's hands. I think, yes. I'm almost sure that it was on both of his hands, not just one.
What? What? But that doesn't make sense.
Mr. Naruhodo, this is good news. The course of the trial seems to have shifted slightly at last. Yeah. I might finally have a chance to turn things around here.
Okay.
There was blood on both hands of the assailant. I sincerely and distinctly remember that. However, I suppose you might say that I didn't see the exact moment the stabbing transpired, if that matters.
I remember seeing the knife, and I remember seeing both the attacker's hands with blood on them. I didn't actually see anything myself. No, until I heard that scream.
Anyway, the fact remains. There can't have been anyone else inside that carriage, or we all would have seen. Well, lo and behold, in truth and fact, not one of you was witness to the crucial moment the crime was perpetrated. I apologize, my lord, but honestly, there was no one else inside that carriage, and the man's hands were covered in blood. That much incriminating evidence is tantamount to saying we saw the man do it.
That's really not what testimony is about.
Let us examine the interior of the omnibus once more.
Yeah?
The victim's fresh blood is clearly visible on the seat, corroborating the witness's accounts. In other words, there is no substantial nor significant change in the facts of the case. What?
Very well. Your cross-examination, please, counsel.
Yes, my lord. I really like the stained glass backings. I really like the variance between the Japanese side and the English side. It's just very nice. It's very, very nice, you know? Press everything. Hmm. But that's a big difference. I almost wanted to call him like Van Helsing or whatever. Isn't that another character from something?
Hold it!
Mr. Dracula Edgeworth. Oh, Ryunosuke. He's doing like serious like bonks now. Cute. Oh, he's doing the point. Cute. Cute. He lost a horse racing. Okay. I really like the music though.
Hold it!
Bum 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 ba da da. Yeah, the other thing didn't show gloves either. Wasn't wearing these gloves? That's correct, sir. And I saw the blood on both his bare hands quite clear. Yeah, but they would still like stain his gloves if he had blood on his hands, right? It's true that the dark-colored stain on the dark leather gloves wouldn't have been easy to see. And I should point out that the police officer who apprehended the accused on the night in question reported that there was no trace of blood on Mr. McGilded's gloved hands. There wasn't blood on his hands?
This is puzzling indeed.
This must be significant somehow. I'm sure of it.
Hold it!
Well, then what did you see after the scream? Mr. Beppo, you were driving your horses. At the very least, you must have enjoyed a good view of London's streets, no? What? Look, I'm trying to be funny. You didn't even see that? It was just so cold that night, you see. It was all I could do to keep from passing out, sir. Yes, my head was fairly frozen solid. Sorry to say, sir. Beppo! Oh, poor Beppo. I feel a little bad for him.
Hold it!
I feel kind of bad for him, you know?
But the glass wasn't frosted over.
Oh, yes, I remember I was shivering. It was so bitter.
Which rather begs the question of why the pair of you were sitting on the roof deck in the first place. Well, I don't know about this young fellow, but I couldn't enter the cabin.
Oh, why not?
It was locked from the inside. I tried knocking, but no one opened the door.
It was locked.
That's right. And it's a public bus service, for pity's sake. That's not what I call fair play.
Yes, I had exactly the same experience. I tried knocking, but the gent inside just gestured at me to clear off. So I had no choice but to climb up to the roof deck and look down longingly at the warm cabin below.
Well, I can assure you I wasn't just looking down, I was glaring. Long and hard. And that's precisely why I can tell you with absolute confidence that if there was anyone else in that cabin, I would have noticed it.
Unequivocal, I would say.
I'm not sure about these two witnesses, but they really have seen everything inside the cabin through the skylight.
Allow me to confirm one thing, Mr. Fairplay. You were riding this omnibus and witnessed the events in the cabin through the skylight on the floor on the upper deck. Is that right?
That's right, yes.
In that case, there's a portion of the cabin interior that would have been out of sight from you.
What?
By golly, really?
Obviously, at this stage, we can't say for sure, but the possibility cannot be denied that at the time of the incident, there could have been another passenger in the enclosed cabin of the omnibus.
Objection!
I keep forgetting he calls them Nipponese. It's here. It's here. Where exactly in the omnibus are you suggesting that the potential extra passenger could be? On the right side. On the right side. Here. Here. Both rows of seat on the roof face the direction of travel, whereas the seats in the enclosed cabin face each other, which means the visible part of the cabin which passengers on the roof deck can see through the skylight is as I'm drawn here.
Ah!
That's right, my lord. As you can see, the seat opposite the one in which the victim and his attacker were sitting is obscured from view. In other words, if someone had been sitting on that seat, it's quite possible that these witnesses would have been completely unaware of it.
Ah!
Objection!
It's quite possible some phantom was sitting there.
Your Nipponese have Nipponese have a forbidding habit of obscuring the truth and ambiguity.
I concur with the prosecution's rejoinder. In a British court of law, evidence is paramount. I cannot entertain this conjecture, counsel. That is, unless you're able to put a name to this mysterious passenger to whom you allude.
Can you, Mr. Naruhodo? I honestly don't know. Who could it have been? Who could have been in the other seat, which was just out of sight from the witnesses on the roof deck?
I don't know.
Am I supposed to know? Am I supposed to know? I feel like I'm not supposed to know. But I'm gonna do a dumb. Okay, it tells me no. Wait, where'd that glass come from? I thought you smashed it. This could be it. On that night, on the night of the murder. Well, there's only one person that I have in here that This is really dumb.
Take that!
Nope. Cool. Wait, back up. No. Save's coming, let's go. I have no idea. I have literally no idea.
But it's a proud citizen of the Japanese Empire. You will look to the sky and walk on, making sure all signs of tears are gone.
What?
Gone? This isn't just a case of going on, Miss Susato.
Alright then, I'll go on. What? No! I don't want to... I don't know who! Susato's making me! No! You know what? This is weird, but I'm gonna...
Take that!
Yes! The music stopped.
The passenger that in the enclosed cabin that the witnesses on the roof deck failed to see has to have been Mr. Magnus McGilded. Mr. McGilded?
What are you talking about, Counsel? That's the name of the defendant.
Objection!
Sir! That's a fire hazard! If I desecrate this chamber by smashing my hallowed chalice, do forgive the discourtesy.
Lord Van Zykes, you're going to cause a fire.
People talk of those tiny island nations in the Far East as having a learning and culture of their own. But I see they use the terms ill-advisedly. What are you trying to say? Let me explain in terms that even a student of an artless backwater such as yourself might understand. When the bloody scene unfolded, the victim and his assailant were sitting side by side. Multiple witnesses have attested to this fact. It is the very premise on which this case is built.
Objection!
But that premise may be wrong. What? If the victim really was sitting beside Mr. McGilded, it creates an inconsistency that can't be reconciled in any way.
What inconsistency, Counsel?
The defendant's gloves, my lord. Both witnesses made the same testimony. They claimed that there was blood on both hands of the person sitting next to the victim.
Objection!
Yet we know the truth to be otherwise. Only one glove bears the gory remains.
Objection!
Well, then it can't be him, then can it? The point is, even in the face of this irrefutable evidence, both these witnesses have maintained their stance.
Yes, their testimonies remain unchanged.
Exactly. They both adamantly swear that they clearly remember seeing blood on both hands of the assailant. In short, their memory of events is correct, and their testimony reveals the truth.
Oh,
It was somebody else sitting beside the victim that night, a third party we have yet to identify. And the victim's blood was on that passenger's hands. Both of them.
Objection!
And who was this third party? Obviously, the true culprit. Extraordinary! Are we gonna get that man, like, some warmth of some kind?
order, order, order! What exactly are you postulating?
Objection!
The defense postulation is just that, nothing more than conjecture. The witnesses have clearly stated that they saw the accused.
Objection!
But when elaborating on his testimony, Mr. Fairplate said the two of them were wearing hats, and I couldn't exactly make out their faces.
Yes. The tops of their heads were obscured by the roof. I could see the rest of them, though.
Yes, that's right. Both gents were most certainly hatted. Hatters do tend to notice such things, sir.
And what particular styles of hat did the two gentlemen sport, Mr. First?
I'm afraid I don't remember.
And you call yourself a hatter?
The style of hat makes no difference. There was no third passenger in that cabin.
How can you be so sure?
Because if there ever had been, the accused, Mr. Gilded, would have undoubtedly had to offered to dispose the fact.
Depose? Unless, that is, you are proposing an even more preposterous explanation.
But the accused failed to even notice the presence of the true culprit in the very cabin in which he traveled.
Well, yeah, he was conked out.
He's right. If there was another person traveling in the enclosed cabin of the omnibus, it's inconceivable that Mr. McGilded would have been unaware of it.
He was conked out.
There is clearly a simple solution to this problem. Bring in the accused and Mr. McGilded to the stand. Well, what say you, counsel?
The prosecution objects, my lord.
On what grounds?
As a suspect, he will have already made a full statement to the police.
But what if there's some reason why he's unable to speak freely?
Mr. Magnus McGilded is no uneducated ruffian. If it is indeed turns out that the man has been withholding information, you can be sure it will have been a most deliberate act.
Counsel for the defense, what is your opinion?
My lord, do we ask for Mr. McGilded to testify or not?
Yes.
Yes, we need to hear what he has to say in order to find out the truth.
Sir, Dinosuke, you don't have to hold up your hand like you're in school anymore. The defense would like to call Mr. McGilded to the stand.
In that case, I would like to hear the opinion of the jury. Yes, I need a little time to consider this.
But you do? Please don't be making shit up.
If you ask me, I think we should hear what Mr. McGilded has to say.
Get the man out here, I say!
It would be utterly illogical not to hear his testimony.
When something ain't doing, get it done. That's how I run things at the guild.
Hearing what the patron of my favorite little park has to say. Oh yes, that would be lovely.
Yes, the jury says the man must be heard.
I see. But then why was he doing it over in Japan too?
Very well, the court will hear the defendant's testimony. Bailiff, show the defense to the stand at once.
Now, maybe what actually happened that night will finally become clear. Oh, that's a TBC sign. Oof. Oh, no, never mind. I was wrong. Let proceedings be resumed. Mr. McGilded, have you been listening to the discourse of the day?
To be sure I have, my lord.
There are two matters on which the court desires to hear from you. The first is whether or not there was a third party with you in the omnibus cabin as proposed by the defense. The second is that if such a person was indeed present, why did you conceal that fact from the police?
Begad, no! 'Tis not in my nature to hide anything at all.
Just answer the questions, please.
The truth of the matter is, I've been desperate about this all along. Do I tells yous all, or keep me mouth shut?
Tell us what, Mr. McGilded?
The fine fella representing me is absolutely right. In the carriage on the night with myself and the other man, there was another passenger.
It's true!
Aye,
And it was me who helped the little urchin get away after it all happened. What? You... What? Your accomplice to murder? Huh? What? How? That doesn't help us! No, Magnus McGilt. That convenient excuse can't save you now. I'm truly sorry, I am Mr. Van Zykes. I'm sure you'll be wanting to know why I said nothing when I was taken by the police. Police. I do be having a very good reason, I assure you. Which was? Well, the little child was just in the wrong place at the wrong time and not in any way involved, you see. What? If the police had known the wee one was there, they'd have assumed she'd done it. They'd have hauled her into this here courtroom just like myself. I was only trying to spare her that. Oh no. Young hearts and young minds are easily damaged, my lord. And who is this young child of whom you speak? That I don't know. You don't know? Aye, well, the wee ting just happened to be in the carriage that night. I never saw her before or since.
Objection!
We have absolutely no reason to believe this man. The prosecution calls for the witness's statements to be disregarded by the court. Bro, you know, I wouldn't be surprised if the urchin isn't here in this courtroom as we speak, listening to the proceedings. What? What? What is going on? Be careful, Mr. Naruto. Cover your face. Oh, shit! The trial was suspended. What the heck? That is a hell of a cliffhanger. What? What? We're going. No! What on earth just happened in there? Mr. Naruhodo, I managed to find out what happened. Miss Susato, I was told it was an advanced form of a smoke grenade, a type of exploding device that releases smoke. A smoke grenade? It sounds like the sort of thing ninjas use. They're just making sure everything is safe now. I think the trial will start again before long. But who would have done something like that? The police managed to catch someone who was trying to flee the courtroom, apparently. Flee the courtroom? Why? Well, it's a young girl of around 15, I hear. Uh-oh. A young girl? Then could it be the other passenger that Mr. McGilda was just talking about? My thoughts exactly. So he wasn't lying. Oh, what's become of Mr. McGilded, actually? There's so many things I need to ask him about, but he's not here. I think he was summoned to the prosecutor's antechamber to answer questions, along with the young girl. Who is she, I wonder? And what was she even doing there at the trial? She was taking a huge risk, and for what possible benefit to herself? Wait, is she like the daughter of someone who's indebted to Mr. McGilded? There's another matter that's troubling me. What's that? The 20 pence. Hmm? Oh, according to the coachman, Mr. Beppo, he took 4 passengers that night at a fare of 5 pence each. That comes to a total of 20 pence exactly. But now it seems they were in fact 5 passengers. Which means the figures don't seem to add up again. He's right. That is strange. It means that the kid didn't pay,
and he was trying to get money for the kid out of everybody else.
Whoever she is, I imagine this young girl will be asked to take the stand and testify now. I really can't imagine what she's going to say, but it could alter the whole direction of this trial.
We'll know soon enough, Miss Susato.
Yes!
This girl is only a year younger than Susato, whoever they are. Remember, Susato-chan is... Ooh! She's cute! Oh! Hell yeah! Cute! 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 I don't care if she's possibly the criminal, but cute!
There's the young girl next to Mr. McGilded. Look! She must have been the one who caused the disturbance before.
Her cute little braids, and her cute little blonde hair, and a cute little paperboy outfit. You see that little, like, film clapper thingy in the bottom right-ish of the video when you roll over it? That's the button. That said, I do have a clippy button, so I think I got it, but I can't, like, fine-tune the cut of it.
Well, after that rather eventful recess, the court will now resume trial of Mr. Magnus McGilded. Now then, Lord Van Zykes. My lord, I believe you have established the cause of the smoke which veiled proceedings earlier.
It seems to have been a advanced form of smoke grenade, the sort typically employed by the army.
The what? What in the devil's name?
It was an elaborate attempt by a young girl to cloak her escape from the public gallery, but she was caught, and now occupies the stand.
Your name, girl? Are you responsible for the smoke grenade which introduced such pandemonium here in my court? What is the meaning of this deplorable behavior?
If I may, my lord.
Yes, Mr. McGilded?
I think perhaps I ought to explain here why it is that wee lass was here in the first place, and why she tried to bolt like that. It is all tied up with the events of that night, so it is. You did it, Faye!
Very well, Mr. McGilded, give your testimony. You will explain to the court exactly how this young woman is involved in the case.
Just what did happen that night?
It's not like a defense lawyer needs that information or anything. On the night of the inquisition, I took the back seat in the omnibus and promptly nodded off. Then, begorra, a loud thud and a wee scream woke me up with a fair start. There was a fella collapsed on the floor at me feet, so I sat him up on the seat across from me. When I turned out to find out where the scream had come from, and bless my soul, what did I find? There was a child in there, all curled up in a ball, hiding her wee self away.
I remain somewhat baffled, I confess. But from what I gather, on the night in question, this young girl was indeed riding in the omnibus, is that correct?
It is exactly as the defense counsel said. This thus was the fifth passenger, my lord.
God, she's so fucking cute!
I cannot wait for her to speak. Maybe she speak? Yes, my lord. Or rather, no. I have no idea where to start. So fucking cute. Press everything, go! Just the most comfortable and where I feel most at ease. And of course, I enjoy gazing through the skylight from time to time as well. Oh! Oh!
Hold it!
Surprise Pikachu face! A loud thud, you say? And a scream?
Aye, that's right. How can I explain it? It was like the sound of someone falling to the ground. That sort of noise.
Do you think it was the sound of Mr. Mason falling to the floor, having been stabbed?
Well now, you'll remember I was asleep at the time, so I wouldn't like to see. And when the sound woke me and I opened my eyes, there wasn't a soul to be seen in the carriage but the fella on the floor.
You didn't see anyone. But at the same moment, you did hear a scream?
Not above me, no, me lord. 'Twas from inside the cabin. But I wasn't altogether thinking about the scream. No, I was too stunned by the desperate sight before my eyes.
Ooh! Gnome noise, wait. Wait. Like that face. Where is it? Wait, where is it? Ooh! Ah! Ooh!
Hold it!
You sat him up. The victim, you mean?
That I did. On the seat across from me, as I said. I could plainly see the poor devil was already gone. And you wouldn't leave a dead man just lying on the floor now, would you? 'Tis common courtesy, so it is.
I find that a little hard to believe.
Allah, Lord Van Zykes, now why would that be?
You wake to find a man lying dead at your feet in a carriage. Any normal person would hail the cabman. Anyway, upstanding member of London society, that is.
Well now, as you know, I'm in something of a special line of business.
The business of lending money at exorbitant rates of interest?
Unfortunately, my lord, not everyone is thankful for the hope I offer them, and some would even see me dead. So I do try, where all possible, to avoid getting myself in a tangle with trouble.
Are you suggesting you were just going to leave the man there?
Heavens alive, no, I was always intending on report it, so I was. Only, I had a mind to find out the whys and wherefores first.
The whys and wherefores?
Right you are. There were some details I wanted to understand before anyone else got to meddling. The wee scream I heard, for example. Wouldn't your good self do just the same?
Yes. The scream he says he heard at the same time as the thud on the victim's collapsing.
Then I turned to find out where that's blah blah blah.
Hold it!
I'm afraid I don't understand. I'm sure you told the court that there was no one else in the carriage except yourself and the victim.
So I did, sir, so I did. As far as I could see, that is.
What do you mean by that?
Well, now, 'tis a queer thing. The wee scream I heard as I woke up. It came from, if you'll excuse the vulgar expression, under me backside.
Good gracious! Under your backside?
And when I lifted up the seat from which I'd been sitting, I found there was a wee cubbyhole there for storage.
Mr. Naruhodo, we can examine. Yeah, I already saw that.
I already did! And that's when I found her.
Oh, okay.
Hold it!
You say she was hiding herself?
Aye, that's right. It was hard to see in the dim lamplight, but she was all curled up in a wee ball. When our eyes met, well, me heart nearly stopped beating in me chest.
You're really overacting this.
Still in all, I pulled her out from under there and sat her in the seat opposite so I could have a wee chin wag with her.
The seat opposite?
That's right, just next to the dead gentleman there.
You said this young girl next to a corpse, sir?
Well, I'm sure, I mentioned, a gentleman in my position can all too often find himself in mortal danger. So, I needed to find out just who this urchin was, you see? And while I was in the middle of talking with her, I heard another scream, a fellow's voice this time.
Presumably, that scream was Mr. First.
who was sitting on the roof of the deck seats. Right you are again, I would say, sir. Looking down to the skylight, he must have seen this young girl and the gentleman with the knife in his belly. In other words, the previous witnesses did not, in fact, see you at all, Mr. McGilded. What they believed to be yourself and the victim was in fact this girl and the late Mr. Manson. Aye, me lord. I was, as I think everyone understands now, sat at the back of the carriage, out of sight. Okay, but then, who killed him? If the girl was in the storage, and he was there, huh? And readily confused, perhaps, with this young girl. After that, of course. With the scream from the gentleman over us, the driver realized something was wrong and pulled up the horses. Thank you, I've heard enough. The events as explained are as clear in my mind. However, at least one conundrum remains. Who is the girl? Her name is Gina Lestrade, my lord. She's a chancer, earns her crust among large crowds, relieving people of their purses. What's commonly called a pickpocket. What? This girl here? A petty thief. Order! Order! Is this true, Miss Lestrade? Miss Lestrade, you will answer the question. How dare you? What is the meaning of this? The girl! She's gone!
Open your eyes. I'm over here. Cute.
Good gracious, how? What was the point in that little sidestep?
I know what you lot are thinking. Grown-ups are the same. This dirty little dipper, you say, slipped up and got caught on the job. She got herself backed into a corner. She knifed the gent. Go on. That's what's in your heads, ain't it?
No, not at all. This is a court of law. We're here to determine the truth, not cast... Ugh! Why green?
Look, knives are for cowards. Only thugs would use weapons like that. All I need for what I do is these fingers. I'm a professional, right? Maybe not in your eyes, but I got pride in what I do. Cute, cute, cute.
Let me guess. You don't count smoke guns among weapons for thugs?
Oh, this? Yeah, this was in a bag I lifted the other day. Down where they keep the four-wheel drags. It's not in it. I like the pink best.
Ah! Do not wave that thing in my direction again!
She's cute.
So, you admit that you were riding in the omnibus on the night in question?
She's alright, lass. You can tell them the truth now. Alright, yeah. It's just like the Irishman said.
The court accepts this girl, Miss Gina Lestrade, as a valid and significant witness in this case. Accordingly, young lady, we will now hear your testimony, if you please. You will tell the court exactly what happened in the omnibus in the night in question.
Alright. If I have to.
She's cute.
So I snuck inside the carriage before they hooked up the horses, just like always. It was a real waste of time. I had nothing to show for me troubles at night. I tell ya, you can't see a blind thing in that hiding place. It's pitch in there. Then after a while, I hear this loud bang. Nearly jumped out of my skin, I did, and the scream just came out. It's because of that. This swell found me. You did help me get away, mind. Cute. Cute. I love this street urchin. Ah!
Yes, he let you go. I fail to understand why you would let this street urchin go, Mr. McGilded.
Yeah. Oh, 'tis simplicity itself, me lord. You see, she couldn't possibly have killed the other passenger. I knew that for a fact.
How?
As I'm sure I said before, sir.
was sitting right on top of the place where she was hiding herself. I think demonstration is called for. This is where I was sat that night. And the cubbyhole of which you have spoken is underneath the seat, I presume? Yes, it does appear large enough to accommodate someone of the girl's stature. Aye, but of course, the wee lass was stuck in there, because I'd parked myself on the seat for the duration. Oh, so you see, that's why I let the lass about. I knew that if the police found her there, they'd automatically assume she'd done it. But I couldn't live with myself if a young life was ruined, when all the time I knew she was innocent. Even though you must have realized your action was resulting in your own innocence being called into question? Not at all, my lord, not at all. I knew in my own heart that I was innocent. So I thought it was worth taking a punt on my own good name for the sake of this less fortunate lass. My goodness. What a perfect gentleman. My lord! This fine example of man cannot possibly be guilty of a heinous crime like this. I'm ashamed of myself for ever doubting you, sir. With a calm, calculated reasoning, one arrives clearly at truth every time. Wait, we haven't quite solved the case, though. Saints alive! All 6 members of the jury consensual in their leaning to a verdict of not guilty? Wait, we haven't solved the case.
Mr. Naruhodo. Well, it must mean...
It must mean what?
that we're victorious!
We've won? Are you sure?
Objection!
Sir. Sir! Put your fucking leg down. This really is a consummate example of the one monumental flaw in British judicial practices. Huh? Where evidence and reasoning should be paramount, emotion rules the day. Emotion? The witness's latest statement gives us a clear insight to its true nature. What do you mean, his true nature? Do you really think Scotland Yard would have made such a glaring omission? After the incident, the omnibus was comprehensively searched by officers of the police. Obviously, the interior of this cubbyhole, as the witnesses put it, was included in their investigation. The compartment under the posterior seat was full of the coachman's belongings. It's noted in black and white here in the police report. Good lord! The evidence has been tampered with. In order to corroborate Mr. McGilden's stories, someone has unlawfully removed everything from under the seat. What? Order! Order! How could such a devious contrivance possibly have been effected, counsel? Naturally, we must acknowledge the sufficiency of the constabulary in allowing this to have happened. However, I assured you, when the omnibus was wheeled into the courtroom this morning, wait, it was. It had stuff in it. We saw it. Well, my Nipponese friend. Me? When the carriage was submitted as evidence, doubtless you examined it in fine detail, as would any self-respecting practitioner of the law. It did. Under seat compartment to be. Oh, to be sure, the young gentleman would be able to clear this up in a jiffy. Sorry? Go ahead. You tell the court now, fella. How this is all an elaborate excuse by the desperate Lord Van Zykes. Well, counsel, do you have anything to say? Do you have something to say on this matter? How am I supposed to answer? What can I say about the state of that little compartment under the seat in the omnibus? It wasn't empty. I really don't know if giving this answer is helping my cause as a counsel for the defense. But as far as I remember, at least, when I first examined the compartment, I'm fairly certain there were a number of articles inside it, yes.
Are you sure, Counsel?
Ada, be whist.
What are you saying now, you daft doll? I thought you were on my side here.
Hmm?
What game are you playing? Your task is to defend the man in the stand. Why would you say something to compromise his position?
As the advocate for the defense in this trial, I confess I'm still not entirely sure where I stand. But it seems to me that I should state what facts I do know as clearly and as honestly as possible.
Interesting.
Uh-oh.
'Tis not altogether pleasing, fella.
I'm simply telling the truth, Mr. McGilded.
Well, don't forget that you're supposed to be representing my best interests here, lad. Now then. A fella's memory is a curious thing and not altogether reliable. No, the court must consider the facts. That there was a cubbyhole under the seat. Is as empty as the devil's heart, so it is.
Do you think perhaps it would be in your best interests to now admit that you might have been mistaken? No. Why? Why do I feel like something's not right here?
I should like the jury to weigh in on this matter, I think.
That's not weighing in.
That compartment is designed to house equipment used to maintain the smooth running of the carriage. The guild's rules state that omnibuses should be properly and fully equipped at all times. So it certainly wouldn't have been empty on the night in question. Beppo isn't that irresponsible. That money-lended fleecer and the pig purse are lying.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Ah!
I can't believe I was nearly taken in. The stinking rich are always stinkers. Nothing but cowards, a lot of them. What? Oh no.
It's a trick, of course it's a trick.
Uh-oh. No more. No more!
Quite so. I must concur here.
No! No, 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 no! No, 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 no. Stop, 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 stop. No more.
With calm, calculated reasoning, one arrives clearly at the truth every time.
Yes, but every time a different truth, it seems.
My lord, I humbly exhibit the scales of justice. Clearly, a verdict of not guilty at this time would be wholly inappropriate.
Okay, whew. We're even. Okay, it's fine.
Thank you, counsel. But before I proceed any further, there is the matter of the outstanding cross-examination. Counsel for the defense, begin your questioning of the witness, please.
Yes, my lord. What just happened? The whole balance of the trial just shifted, almost beyond recognition. The Reaper of the Bailey. Is at work, it would seem. Wait. But like, what if he did do it?
So I snuck inside the blah blah blah.
Hold it!
What if he did do it?
Well, yeah, I mean, what's the point of spending a joey to make a few bob, eh? That's a rum idea, isn't it?
Is she... Are those words? Is that English? What? What? I suppose she means there's no point spending money to make money. It actually makes sense.
Counsel. And one little skip race riding for free.
The red conch of a driver always go for some grub before his last run, you see. So that's when I slip into the carriage and get myself in under the seat. Nice and easy, right?
But your hiding place is a storage compartment. full of equipment for the coach, no?
Yeah, there's brushes and buckets and whatnot in there, sure. I always chuck all that out and cram it in a corner somewhere. No one ever seems to bother much.
And yet, according to the report filed by the police who first arrived at the scene, the compartment was full of such paraphernalia.
Well, I don't know nothing about that. Like I said, I moved all that stuff so I could hide under the seat. That's all I can tell you.
It seems we've reached the end of the line of inquiry. Continue.
Okay, keep going. Spend.
Hold it!
A waste of time. Why is that?
Well, most nights I'm on my own in the guard permit, at least some of the time.
I beg your pardon? Did you say God permit?
Oh yeah, well that's what my con call it. You'd say the omnibus, I suppose. The point is, a normal run, the carriage ain't got no one in it for a while.
And that's when you come out of your hiding place and get away.
That's it. Only that night. This cove was sat on me seat from the start. And he didn't budge the whole way, did he? Not 1 inch, I was totally stuck.
Did you mean to tell us that you were present in the carriage for the duration? You were under the seat the entire time while events unfolded in the enclosed cabin?
Yeah. Right, mister.
To be sure.
I was as shocked as anyone else. Anyone. You don't expect to lift the cushion you've been sat on and find a child now, do you?
Couldn't possibly be the culprit then.
Hold it!
Push everything, press everything. So you couldn't see out in the cabin at all?
Not a jot. Most days I push up the curtain with my head and look out the crack. Then I have a butcher's at who I'm gonna fiddle.
I thought you were a pickpocket, not a butcher.
I mean, I can have a look. The seat I get on it ain't as plush as the other one, see? So most of the time, the passengers plant themselves opposite. But for some reason that night, this here Irishman spent the whole journey right over me head.
And for that reason, you weren't able to push the curtain up to peek out, I see.
Truth is, I ain't too happy in small dark places. Feels too much like being thrown in the clink. It was the only place to hide in them carriages, so it's Hobson's choice.
Why doesn't you stick to picking people's pockets and then the open then? I'd say there's some reason she's not letting on, judging from her demeanor.
So anyway, I was a bit scared, but I had to just stick it out under there. Nothing else for it. He's so cute!
Hold it!
Bang, though? When you say loud bang, do you mean the noise of someone falling to the floor?
Could have been, I suppose. I don't remember so well. Point is, it made me jump.
And you let out a scream involuntarily.
That's right. And when I felt the cushion over me head get lighter all of a sudden.
Presumably when the defendant got up in order to help the victim, yes.
Or not. It could equally have been the moment the accused stood up in order to stab his victim, could it not?
Well, girl, did you see what happened at that crucial moment?
Yeah, I saw it. I pushed up the curtain and I quit butcher's while I had the chance, didn't I? The Irishman was sitting up the bloke what had fallen on the floor, seat opposite. That match was Mr. McGillicuddy's account, of course. But then, the fellow suddenly turned around and looked right at me. I sunk back down again, but it was too late by then. I should have never asked risk looking. You're so fucking cute, though.
Hold it!
You're so fucking cute!
And then, when Mr. McGillicuddy discovered you, he pulled you out from your hiding place?
I was scared stiff, I was. He dragged me out and sat me down in the seat and all.
Next to the victim, Mr. Mason.
Yeah, the bloke had a knife in his guts. He was still bleeding. Then the carriage lurched a bit and he ended up falling onto me. Ugh, how awful. Well, both me hands got covered in blood. Made me feel sick as a dog.
Both her hands covered in blood. That must be what the rooftop passengers saw. After that, I believe you talked with Mr. McGilded for a while. Is that correct?
He asked me some stuff. Wanted to know me name and what I was up to and that. Then I heard something from above. Someone screamed.
Yes, Mr. First on the roof deck, one would presume.
She's so fucking cute. I want to protect her. I want to save her.
Well, I didn't want no one seeing me face, so I didn't look up. Then the horses were drawn up smartish, and this here Irishman says to me, "Get back under the seat. I'll see that you can get away later."
What if she actually did it? Okay.
Okay. All 6 members of the jury had decided the defendant was innocent.
For one brief shining moment, yes.
It's clear that they're still very unsure. If we could just find some conclusive piece of evidence among this new testimony, I'm sure we would clinch the verdict we want.
Yeah, I think you're right.
And I have this niggling feeling. Something's bothering me, but I just can't quite put my finger on it.
Look. Literally, yeah. Wait, I didn't. Wait. I definitely looked at this last time. This was not here. Hello?
That's blood, isn't it? Is something wrong?
Oh, it's just...
Well, this blood stain is so obvious, that's all. And yet Van Zykes has made no mention of it. I suppose that does seem a little strange. Why do I have such a bad feeling about this?
Ugh. Fuck. I have to use the mouse again. Yeah, there was definitely stuff in here. This is a storage compartment, but there's nothing in here. It's totally empty.
Something doesn't seem right here, but I can't put my finger on what it is.
Okay, but like... Because this is all super bright red, and this is like dried, you know? And there has to be some bigger reason why the banker guy's name is in here, right? That feels weird, right? I don't know. And And I pressed everything, right? And you can only, like, focus on them. And they don't have any thingy to do. He's not having any reaction to any of the presses. Neither of them is responding to each other's stuff. I'm just gonna present this and wing it. Nope, music didn't stop. Fuck. That sucks. But it's the only panic-stricken look I know. That's a good one. Alright, I'm saving this. I'm saving here so I don't lose too many more points. But I legit, like, how am I? Okay, I, like, see the pieces. But I don't know what to... Yeah, like, he's not responding, right? And I can't, like, present, right? No, I can't present here. Damn it. Like... Where am I supposed to...
Hold it!
I don't know where I'm supposed to... Like, neither of them is responding when I'm pressing. Wait, shit, what did you just say? I totally didn't. I totally missed that. Couldn't possibly be the culprit then? But could it? I don't know. Oh!
Hold it!
I don't know, maybe, Faye. But yeah, enjoy your nap. I'm not sure what I'm supposed to do.
Excuse me.
Wait, he didn't do that before. Is something wrong, Mr. McGilded? Oh, I do apologize. Well, there's something wrong the matter, Council. I'm just wondering Miss Lestrade's last comment made something occur to you, perhaps. You seem to be thinking something to yourself. Oh, no. 'Twas nothing important. I was feeling bad for the poor lass is all. Then why were you laughing, sir? I remember feeling desperate myself as a young lad. Shut up in the dark. 'Twas terrifying, so it was. I see. Yes, I'm sure we can all sympathize. I'm still scared of the dark now. Aye, and I don't know about yourself, but I find that the darkness it seems to make everything you hear seem that much louder as well. Yeah. I
I suppose it does, maybe.
Miss Lestrade. Did you hear something that night? Anything? An unusual noise, perhaps?
Nah, not really. All I could hear was the Irishman snoring.
He's so cute.
Big choppers, there's no need to tell me the whole world of me foibles, you little scamp. What a pity. If only Miss Lestrade had heard something, it might have given us a vital new clue.
Yes. What should we make of that last statement of hers? It's profoundly important. If you give me the option, it must be important. I believe that statement just made by the witness is profoundly important.
Profoundly important? But all she said was that she heard nothing.
Yes, which is the profoundly important point. I'm almost sure of it. Oh, whoops. Wrong button.
I'm almost sure that I don't understand the inner workings of your Eastern Mind Council, nevertheless. Miss Gina Lestrade, you will supplement your formal testimony by repeating that last statement, please.
What? Supplement? What are you on about? Don't give me all your fancy talk. I know what you're trying to do. Well, it won't work on me.
That's right. Insult the judge. Always a good move. I love her. I love her.
I was straining my ears to work out what was going on, but all I could hear was snoring.
Hold it!
Press. So you were straining to hear what was happening the entire time? Since the moment you hid yourself?
Not exactly, no.
Sorry?
Well, there was no one in the cabin to start with. I could just push the curtain up and have a butcher's to see what was what. But then, when I saw the swell getting on, I got me head down, so he didn't notice me.
And then Mr. McGill had sat on the seat under which you were hiding, correct?
Yeah! Would you Adam and Eve it, eh? What a mug!
Oh my god. You're literally saying, would you fuck off? Right?
So then all I could do was listen. I was waiting to jump out of there as soon as I heard him leave, see? But would he? Not likely. Even though we stopped here and there, I never heard the door open. Just had to stay put and listen to him driving his pigs to market, snoring like an old dog he was.
I'm doing my best. It doesn't add up. Miss Lestrade, what you just told the court is clearly at odds with the facts.
Ah! At odds? Are you sure, man?
Absolutely. It seems my learned Nipponese friend is not as dull-witted as I feared. The Van Sykes realized it too.
Counsel, I must insist that you bolster your claims with evidence, or some complicit parties named at the very least.
Yes, my lord.
I expect you to demonstrate this alleged contradiction to the court.
According to Miss Lestrade, while she was hiding in the omnibus last night, she heard nothing but the sound of Mr. McGildet snoring. But think, Nuraniske, think! There's something else she should have heard. I don't know! Wait, they said 15. She's 17? They age her up or some bullshit. Wait! She should have heard Mason, right? Very well, my lord. Allow me to elaborate. On a particular sound that Mr. Lestrade could not have failed to hear on the night in question. Presence of the following person.
Take that!
Yes! Music stopped! Hell yeah.
Rice fired, Mason.
Yes, my lord. The sound that Mr. Lestrade cannot have failed to hear is that of the victim, Mr. Mason, boarding the omnibus. God, this I haven't played any of the other 3DS titles from Ace Attorney, but I am just in awe of how good and how smoothly they transitioned from the 2D sprites aesthetic and the visuals to like this. And also still making it like even better, like making use of the 3D. It's really good. Miss Lestrade, allow me to confirm something. You claimed earlier that you were the first person on board the omnibus, is that correct?
Yeah, of course I was. I got on while the driver was in the pub, didn't I?
And the next person to board the omnibus was Mr. McGilded?
That it was. Not a soul was in the cabin when I climbed aboard. At least, not in plain sight.
So you were, to all intents and purposes, alone in the enclosed cabin of the omnibus at that time?
Did I not just say as much? I wasn't traveling with anyone else, if that's what you mean.
Yeah, I saw him get on, remember? With the crack under the seat cushion. He was on his own for sure.
And, from what we've heard, the carriage made a number of stops after that on its onward journey. During which time, did you not hear the door opening or closing at all?
Nah, I never heard it. That's exactly what I was listening for, weren't I? Waiting for this swell to leave.
In which case, when and how did the victim end up in the carriage?
Oh!
We know that the victim collapsed inside the enclosed cabin of the omnibus. Therefore, Miss Lestrade's statement about what she did or did not hear is at odds with facts. Ah! Uh-oh. Yes, this petty thief's statement was clearly flawed. Lord Van Zykes. Yes. He knew. He knew all too well that there was an inconsistency in Lestrade's statement. It would seem words are thanks and in order for my learned friend. What are you talking about? You have demonstrated matters impeccably. This witness and her colorful statements are entirely unreliable. Her words are convenient untruths, nothing more.
Oh no! Is that right? How could the victim possibly not have boarded on the omnibus?
That makes no sense whatsoever.
And this girl is a pickpocket. Let's not forget that.
Oh no. No 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 no. No 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 no. She didn't even say anything.
I didn't want to judge the dear little mite just because she had some rather naughty ways. And I must say, I can't abide liars.
And neither can I. Mr. Foreman. I didn't want to judge the girl just because she has some less than salubrious ways. But I must say, I cannot abide liars. But we're not judging her! No, 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 no. Last guy, no.
Mr. Naruhodo, that's 5 jury members leaning towards guilty.
Please don't, please don't, please don't, please don't. Well, your consideration for others is refreshing, my Nipponese friend. So the considerable troubles you have spared me. Yeah, he's gotten like 3 new glasses. He's broken 2, and he's gotten a new one back every time.
Yes, very refreshing.
Ah!
Ah! What are you playing at? Have you forgotten who you're working for, you useless Ethan Amadan?
Sir? Sir? Sir?
Mr. Naruhodo, the way this is going...
I know. If we can't find some new way to convince everyone of Mr. McGilded's innocence, Judge will rule and we'll have lost.
I very much wanted to believe the words of one of London's most respected gentlemen, but... those of us in service know we must accept hard...
No, 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 no!
Hold it!
Yes, the witness's last statement seems to reveal a critical inconsistency in her story. However, if we consider the possibility that her statement is in fact the truth, it may shed an entirely new light on this whole case.
What are you saying? Council!
I'm sorry, sir? Whatever do you mean?
Council, I will not tolerate you attempting to prorogue my adjudication. Explain yourself at once. When the accused boarded the omnibus on the night in question, the victim was nowhere to be seen. Subsequently, the carriage door was not heard opening a single time, as testified by the witness in the stand. And yet the victim's body was found inside the carriage. If this petty thief's words were to be believed, how do you explain the victim's miraculous appearance inside the cabin of the omnibus?
There's only one way to explain how the victim came to be inside the carriage.
He was put there. I'm saving. He was put there after he died.
Placed in the carriage after he was killed.
Tell me, my learned friend, what was the function of that obviously in your last sentence? Well said, Lord Benz. Okay. Wait, I guess I'll let it play out.
No. That's not really the point. The point is that the victim must have been moved into the carriage afterwards.
Then answer me this. How could the cadaver have been placed inside a moving carriage?
Well, obviously it...
Fuck. No, we're going back. I'm saving myself on that one. Well, technically it could have been there at the beginning. There's another entrance, though. Is the other thought.
If the door wasn't opened even once, the only explanation is that the victim entered the enclosed cabin in some other way. Ooh, it's orange!
Objection!
I've wondered what new fantasy you would come up with in your blind panic. But behold, the omnibus is here for all to see. Only one side of the enclosed cabin is furnished through the door. The other has only windows. Fixed windows which cannot possibly open. In short, there is no entrance into the cabin other than the door. But there could be. There's one possibility you haven't considered. Oh, really?
Yes. One other way inside that isn't the door.
Another opening, to use of which allowed the victim to appear inside the closed cabin. Alright, counsel. The defense will identify the location for the court. Here?
Take that!
My thought was like under the seat somehow, but no? I don't know.
Wait, it opens, doesn't it? But not from the inside. From the outside, right? You can't open it from the inside, but can you open it from the outside? That's it. Wait. Yeah! There's a latch on the outside!
Take that!
Oh, sorry, I'll move my mouse. The answer is obvious. It could only have been the skylight. I see, the skylight! It dropped from heaven. Your ludicrous proposal almost has me lost for words. However,
Objection!
the skylight may well be large enough for someone to pass through.
Objection!
So you claim. But do you have assertive evidence to support your Adalbrain theory? I can find it. Both Mr. McGilden and Miss Lestrade had said the same thing in their testimonies. They each claimed to have heard a loud thud, such as the noise made by someone falling to the floor. Yes, which has already been explained, as the sound of the victim falling from his seat having been assaulted with a dagger. Yes, it has, but would a man slipping from the seat onto the floor really have made such a loud noise as the witnesses describe? A noise loud enough to cause Miss Lestrade to let out an involuntary cry? In fact... Goodness gracious! Perhaps, in fact, that was the moment the victim made his entrance into the cabin. No, let me rephrase that. The victim didn't enter the cabin as such. He fell into it.
Objection!
I'm pretty sure this is just... normal... Edgeworth's... Is it just normal Edgeworth's voice? You're now suggesting that the victim fell from the skylight into the cabin. That's simply impossible. How can you be so sure? Because if the victim had fallen inside through the skylight as you say, the passengers of the roof deck would have seen it happen. And yet, not one person made mention of such events in their testimony. Well, yes, that's true, but... Might the humble fella make a wee comment here? Mr. McGilden. To be sure now, the two fellas who were sat on the roof that testified afore said nothing of the victim falling to the skylight. But it seems to me, my lord, that 'tis not so much a case of them not saying, but... Aye. 'Tis a case of them being unable to say. What? I think perhaps the two fellas do be having something of a compelling reason not to mention what happened. Would yous not agree, fine ladies and gentlemen of the jury? Huh. My goodness, surely not. Those two chaps on the roof. You mean the ones who stuck that knife in the man were... Hold it. Oh! Just what exactly are you insinuating here, you blitherer? Oh my god! You rotter, he said. You rotter. What are you insinuating? This is a flaming outrage. I've got good mind to give you a blinker in a minute. Why is he running like a horse? I'll give you a shiner in a minute, he said, and so will I. Mr. Fairplay. You're effectively accusing me, a city gentleman and a well-respected banker. And me, a very angry hatter. Suggesting that someone like me could have stabbed that man in the guts, it's a disgrace. It's scandalous. Ah! I protest in the strongest possible terms. That's right, I protest you about you rotten scoundrel. Retard was someone like, yeah. With the sound effects and everything!
I will not permit this wanton invasion of the stand. Return to the anteroom at once. But this is beyond reason, my lord. Ah, it's outrageous. It's very hurtful, you know.
My lord, if I may comment.
Go ahead, Lord Van Zykes.
It was a defense that incited this outburst from the witnesses. My learned friend has seen fit to abandon all protocol and accuse the witnesses without proof.
Accuse? I never intended to.
It seems, young Nipponese, that your command of the English tongue is wanting. Ooh, yikes! You propose to this court that the victim fell through the skylight from the roof deck of the omnibus. That hypothesis cannot possibly stand without the rooftop passengers being aware of these events. You have branded these gentlemen liars. You have intimated their criminal guilt. In our British courts of law, this is what is termed a baseless accusation. Ugh. I know it's rash to put this idea forward without any actual evidence, but you can't just dismiss it without a second thought. What are we wasting time for? Get them to testify!
I thought there was something fishy about that hat from the moment I laid eyes on that fella. We have to see this matter through now, one way or another.
If there's filth and rubbish in our midst, we must dispose of it at once.
What? Testif. What? What? What's happening, Mr. Haruharuhodo? The spectators in the public gallery, they're in a complete frenzy.
Mr. Fairplay and Mr. First. My lord? You will take the stand again and make another formal testimony in reference to the indictment brought by the defense. Yes, my lord.
I didn't come here for this.
There's no time to think this through. All I can do is keep pushing forward. Okay, sure.
We were the only two people up on that roof deck, dead or alive. I can swear to that.
If anything had happened where we were sitting, don't you think one or the other of us would have noticed?
In any case, neither of us knew the first thing about the victim. We had no reason to kill the man.
The skylight was shut the entire time, I tell you! We couldn't possibly have opened it.
Is he okay?
If you're so sure the victim fell through the skylight, where's your proof?
I must say that on listening to this testimony, it is somewhat hard to imagine how either witness could have performed any malevolent act on this open rooftop deck without the other noticing forthwith. What if they were accomplices?
That's right, you see?
We're innocent, I tell you. Although logically, of course, the arrangement falls down on if the two of you were in collusion with another.
What?
According to investigations by Scotland Yard, the two witnesses share no common dealings.
Ha! Well, I don't trust coppers any more than I trust the stinking rich. Something doesn't feel right here. The trial is going in our favor, really. That's why I feel so uneasy.
Counsel for the defense, over to you. Your cross-examination, please.
Oh, yes, my lord. Okay, push, push, push.
Press, press, press.
Hold it!
Press, press, press. Always press.
Oh, right, we have 4. I'm gonna have some more Smarty as well. We just press. Oh my god, they're getting so mad!
Hold it!
I love it. I love when they go unhinged. That's why episode 2 was like a slight disappointment. I get it, it was necessary. But... Fair dinkum. They're like agreeing with each other too much. Wait, what did he say before that? Oh, okay. This guy! Ladies first is driving me insane. They hate him. They really don't like him.
Hold it!
But you have a reason to frame someone else for murder. Why are you just agreeing with him everything? That's so suspicious. I want his hat to do something stupid.
Oh no.
Woo!
Excuse me.
Mr. McGilded? Not the remotest of connection, is that right now? I wonder.
What are you insinuating now?
Oh, Mr. Fairplay. It's been too long, so it has.
Eh?
If I'm not very much mistaken, I believe 'tis fast approaching, is it not? Your repayment date.
I beg your pardon?
You've already 20 guinea from me, sir.
At an inconceivable rate of interest. You tricked me. It's extortion.
Well now, is that a sort of begrudgery, is it? The sort of begrudgery that might motivate a fella to pass his crimes off to one another.
Ah!
And young first, Mr. First. Me, sir? What do you want with me, sir? You do be making hats for a living, do you not? That there top hats lying all out your head. Is that one of your own creations? Is it? Well, I'm still just an apprentice, you understand. I'm learning to find the perfect fit for whatever fine gent walks through the door. The perfect fit, is it? Well, 'tis a very distinctive design, so it is. Many customers like it, I tell ya. They like a distinctive touch. Customers? Such as thrice-fired Mason? Wait, his hat looked weird, didn't it? Like, all bloopy. Yeah! There was a photographic print of the victim submitted as evidence for, my lord.
Oh, and this you mean...
I can't help thinking that the foreheadless path looks distinctly familiar, wouldn't you say? Oh! That's one of my hats! Oh! Hee hee, aye it is. So it would seem the brick maker was a customer of yours.
The sort of customer I wager that you could have had a wee quarrel with over the distinctiveness of the goods.
Oh, no, sir. Absolutely not, sir.
Well, there's really not more to add. It wouldn't be right to say that the two fellas here haven't the remotest connection to the victims, you see.
Everyone.
I rest my case.
Everyone's on stand. Well, except the driver. He's not on stand.
Yeah, you little weasel. Oh.
He's better at this than I am.
Gosh, Mr. McGilded has certainly been thorough in his research, hasn't he? Please, don't let me little interruption. Oh.
Okay.
Wait, isn't milliner for women's hats? Why does the achievement say milliner? Aren't those two different things, a hatter and a milliner? Hatters were for men. The achievement is wrong. He's a hatter, not a milliner. Milliners were for women, I think. Anyway. Please don't let me little interruption hold up the proceedings. Anyway. Horseman.
Hold it!
Are you quite certain about that? The skylight was shut the entire time.
I'm gonna lose my block with you in about a minute. He's going to lose his rag with you in a minute. That's what he said.
Take a look for yourself. Go on.
You see? It's shut fast now, just like it was on the night. So it is, of course. A fella the size of Mr. Mason could likely break right through it still and all.
What?
Just looking at the size of the ting, you understand.
Ah, now you hold there a minute, sir. The size of the ting means nothing. Not on its own. Let's consider the bigger picture here, shall we? Let's stop biting our cane, shall we?
I was riding the omnibus on another occasion when, well, I broke wind. Loudly. I shocked... I saw with it as it happens.
What?
Oh, I just mean to say, well, the point is I tried to open the skylight, you see. But just my luck, I couldn't make it budge. The stench was terrible. Everyone's looking daggers at me, sir. I went as red as rouge, I did.
Are you expecting me to sentence you?
Oh, no, sir. The point is,
the skylight can't be opened. I tried and tried when I was inside the...
That ain't...
Excuse me.
It's on record that the witness farted in a previous time. Literally, yeah. Miss Lestrade.
it opens.
Hmm?
The skylight. That is what we're talking about, right?
Ooh. What color now? Green?
All them skylights open dead easy.
More easily than you can load that weapon?
That's a lie, I tell you. Otherwise, when I broke wind, You can't do it from the inside, you mug.
Oh!
Hi, Himiko. I love Gina. Look, a few weeks ago, I was up on the roof deck of one of them drags. And I had a great all. I mean, I had purses coming out my ears.
Miss Lestrade, this is not the forum to be eulogizing on the subject of your criminal activities.
But anyway, I had a bit of scare. When I lifted the last boat's purse, he got wise to me. All four of them surrounded me, so I could up off the bus and leg it. So what I did was, I used the skylight, opened the cache, and jumped right through it.
What?
Yeah, catching them skylights on the top side. That's why you can't open them from the cabin.
The skylight opens from the roof deck? Bailiff! Climb up onto the roof and open the blah 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 blah. Just open the fucking thing. I already saw the thingy. See it? I see it. I saw it. I saw it. Whoop. Oh my hat! You gonna shoot him? Hello? Are you back? Me. Are you back? Hello? Hi. I don't know. OBS just lost connection randomly. I don't even know. Hi. Okay. I had to like manually stop it and then manually reconnect for it to work. But if we're good, we're good. Okay. Okay, let's get back to the case. So that I can finish before PLL. Well, counsel for the defense, please continue with your cross-examination. Yes, my lord. So the skylight opens. Perhaps I should investigate for myself. I already... Hold on. Oh, I hate this camera. Present. Present. What? Huh? Oh, I didn't save recently. Fuck.
Hold it!
We just saw it, sir. That's right, I demand to hear it. We came here to say what we saw, I tell you, not for this. But you call us both... What the fuck word is this? Brandis us criminals! Oh, okay. Oh, the other thing. The blood on the floor. Which also looks sus, but whatever. You call us liars, that's what he means, and accuse us of doing it. As it stands in the moment. There's no hard evidence that incriminates you still, now is there? I believe we're in much the same position as one another here. Ah! If I don't crack this case soon, he'll crack his teeth. The blood wasn't there before. It's so... Alright, I hate to do this one. Honestly, I really hate doing this one. Literally. Wait, maybe I should be examining it from outside. Hold on. I hate trying to fucking... move the camera. Oh, it's already open. Okay. Ah! Like, I have this thing. But like, wait. Now I can't examine this. Oh, whoops. Yeah. Yeah, it's indecent. Okay, that's the same as the other one. Wait, is it? Oh my god, this can't- I hate this fucking... How am I supposed to fucking... Oh, I hate this. Does it have to be from the inside? I hate trying to examine these 3D items. They're so annoying. The camera control sucks. I have to swap to my mouse. Because it's even worse on the fucking... controller. By someone like me. Okay, it updated. Okay, I can be free of this fucking 3D shenanigans now. It's just really... the camera controls on this version is just really bad. Trying to manipulate the thing.
Objection!
Now it'll fucking... On the night in question, the victim was fatally stabbed in the stomach, and immediately afterwards, the victim's body was pushed through the skylight into the cabin below. Those are the facts, and the irrefutable proof remains clearly visible on the omnibus that stands before us today in this very courtroom. What?
That's utter humbug! Ah! You can't possibly have any evidence.
No, you can't! I mean, we didn't do it, I tell you. It's impossible.
Irrefutable proof here in this courtroom. Counsel. My lord. I believe everyone would appreciate a little clarification here, hmm? Where exactly within the omnibus is... Oh, please don't make me do that again.
See... like... it doesn't move the way I expect it to, basically. And I prefer to swap to the mouse. But I like playing on controller. Oh, I needed to present it. Whoops. Forgot
Got
the...
it!
By Jupiter! Is that blood?
This bloodstain proves two things. Firstly, when the incident occurred, the skylight of the omnibus was open.
What?
And secondly, the victim was already bleeding when he fell through the opening.
Oh my!
And so it follows that Mr. McGilded, who was inside the enclosed cabinet himself at the enclosed cabin himself at the time, cannot possibly be guilty of this crime.
No!
Oh, come on, where's the full meltdown?
Hold it!
But the blood could have sprayed up there when the fellow was stabbed inside the cabin.
And only found its way into that one particular spot on the skylight, sure. And that would be very convenient.
Ah.
And let's keep it in mind that the skylight catch can only be unfastened from the roof deck. I myself wouldn't have been able to open it now, would I? But, there's no way to know for certain, is there? If the gent really fell through the skylight, I mean. Why don't you have a good look at the floor of the cabin between the two seats, Mr. First?
That wasn't there before.
'Tis all too plain to see, if you see. There's the aftermath that shows the poor fella dropped from a fair height right there, so it is.
What? No.
But it can't be. It's all...
Lies! My fellow jury members, I think we can all agree that this is clear proof of the defendant's innocence, can't we?
I believe we can, yes, sir. It's clear to me now where the filthy rubbish can be found in this courtroom.
So, they thought they could pull the wool over my eyes, did they? I won't tolerate any of the guild's carriages being sullied with blood. I won't tolerate it.
Oh, I always knew that nice gentleman who gave us that delightful park couldn't have done such a thing.
On three then, everyone. 1, 2, 3?
Objection!
A chilling performance, Mr. McGilded.
Oh, and what would ye be referring to there now, Lord Van Zykes?
A blood stain on the frame of the skylight. Such evidence is null and void. What? Why? For one extremely simple reason. That smear of blood never existed.
Objection!
What? What are you talking about? It's there for all to see, and it's clearly blood.
Objection!
I personally attended Scotland Yard's investigation of the omnibus. The officers involved went over the carriage with a fine-tooth comb. So I can state with absolute surety. No such smear of blood existed on in the carriage, at least not until this trial began. What? Are you suggesting, Lord Van Zykes, that the stain of blood was fabricated, my lord? Yes. And while this court has been in session.
Yeah... What the palaver?
What is that word?
I must say I didn't expect such crude reasoning from a prosecutor of your standing, Lord Van Zykes. But I'm Magnus McGilded, a fellow known all over the capital for his fine contributions to public life. I don't take kindly to slander, and I'll fight to the bitter end. Even if it is rolling off the tongue of the Reaper of the Bailey.
Mr. McGilded, I realize this is your first appearance as court as the accused. However, I am well aware of your involvement behind the scenes in many great affairs of dubious nature. You're very adept when it comes to avoiding getting your own hands dirty.
Yeah, well, he looked like a vampire before. Or this fucking vampire cult. And now I've committed.
And each time it happens that a case you're involved in investigated, you adapt to the facts.
See, he hadn't said anything before.
Adapt the facts? What does that even mean? When you wield the force in the side of Mr. McGilded, however ill-gotten it may be, nothing is impossible. Tampering with evidence, manipulating the scene of crime, bribing witnesses. I toast your ability to concoct the most convenient of stories, sir.
Lord Van Zykes, this will not do, to be sure. Will it now, counsel?
Uh-huh. Oh, no.
I think it's fair to say this does sound like a rather far-fetched excuse by a desperate man. The blood on the skylight didn't exist, you see. But if yous will all cast your minds back, is it not true that the omnibus has been here in the courtroom the entire time? How could anyone possibly put a smear of blood in it without the world and his wife to see? Isn't that right now, counsel?
It's true. The omnibus has been in full view this entire time that the court has been in session. My learned friend. Here's to hearing your opinion on this matter, in your own words. As you wish. Could someone have tampered with the omnibus during this trial? If you're asking me, I think... could have been possible. As a defense lawyer, it's my job to advocate for the defendant as best I can. But still, I feel as though there's something even more important at stake here. There's no evidence to suggest the defendant did, as my learned friend suggest. However,
In terms of having the opportunity to carry out the alleged tampering, there is one possibility.
Oh!
Good gracious. Explain yourself, Council.
Yes, there is. It seems my learned Nipponese friend has no intention of running from this deceit.
Deceit.
I'm sure everyone still remembers clearly the recess that we were forced to take as a result of the smoke grenade fired by the witness currently on the stand, Miss Gina Lestrade. I'm not rereading past tense happenings. The courtroom was filled with smoke, and everyone was thrown into confusion. All of us were made to leave this chamber. In that brief interval, under the veil of smoke and in all the chaos, it could have been possible to steal inside the omnibus. Uh-oh. Are you wise? Uh-oh. What are you trying to pull, you rotten, feckless gouger? Gouger? I don't know. Feckless? Get what? You're supposed to be defending me! Gouger? Cool. 'Tis a wicked plot. 'Tis a plot to undermine me, so it is.
Objection!
Whatever you think this is, it changes nothing. The facts are the same. I mean, yes, no, I didn't know the other word. After this courtroom was evacuated earlier as a result of this... I didn't know how to pronounce it. Okay. See, the last time... Like, gouge... I don't know. I don't know how to pronounce a lot of words. I'm sorry, so I just give up. I can guess generally what words mean. There's a lot of words in this game that I don't know, though. And thankfully they're not important. A number of inconsistencies materialize in relation to the omnibus.
Inconsistencies? Such as?
To start with, the storage compartment underneath the rear passage seat. When the police investigated the omnibus, this compartment was full of the driver's items. Secondly, we have the smear of blood on the edge of the skylight. As I have said, this was not present at the start of the trial this morning.
Unfortunately, Lord Van Zykes, no one is able to corroborate your claims.
That's true. When the omnibus was first wheeled out, both the storage compartment and the skylights were shut.
Accordingly, I'm afraid to say, we cannot establish with any certainty if this evidence was the result of tampering or not.
Indeed, my lord. No doubt there was not a single person who saw fit to verify such things. What do you think? Sorry? About the omnibus. Is there anything else unusual about the omnibus? I am supposed to have an inkling. My lord.
Yes, Counsel.
There's one further inconsistency. A mark that surely could not have been present at the start of the trial.
What?
What in the devil's name are you going to say now?
If you dare betray me, ye little maggot, you'd better start watching your back. Silence, McGilded.
The court awaits the defense's clarification. This trial keeps swinging one way then the other. I have no idea what's the truth and what's deception. What am I supposed to believe here?
I shall ask you to elaborate, Counsel.
Words.
Please, no. Fuck.
How does this make any sense? How does this camera movement make any... Wait, hold on. Oh, I can't. I'm pressing Is this for real? If I turn the stick, right? Left and right finally makes sense. Why is it rotated? So left and right is up. Rotating left and right is like, this is left. I'm pressing up. This is down. If I think that the up and down is on reverse, right? So if I turn my controller, it starts to actually make sense. Why? I guess I'll have to take a look at it. But I can't check my settings now. But the cursor moves correctly, so I'm gonna have to check the settings.
Got it!
If we consider that the victim fell through the skylight into the floor of the cabin, you would certainly expect to find signs of blood where he landed. But as far as I recall, this blood stain on the cabin floor was not there when the omnibus was first brought into the courtroom. Hold on. Okay, let me just check the options. Why? There is no setting for the stick. There is no setting for the stick. Is this real? Why? What the f- Hold on. Let me hide the game for a sec. Hold on. There's a reason for this, don't worry. Hold on. But it's gonna show my, settings. For, my Steam stuff, so... Can I adjust the settings? No, I can't adjust their games built-in gamepad support. Oh, okay. Fine, sure. Yeah, I just didn't want you guys accidentally seeing, like, my Steam friends list. That's all. Sorry about that. Good lord! Yes, I do believe you're correct, counsel. Although, as advocate for the defense, one might say that was a very careless slip of the tongue. I believe that the bloodstain on the floor is a decisive piece of evidence. But if the question is whether or not that evidence is genuine, or whether it was unlawfully fabricated by someone, I feel compelled to admit that there's at least a possibility that the evidence is fake. Oh! Oh! This trial is over! Mr. McGilded, I've done everything I can possibly can to cooperate with the court, but 'tis all over now. But you're the defendant. 'Tis over, I tell ye! Well, yeah. Memory, recollection, what people think they saw. 'Tis all nonsense. Facts are what counts, and the fact is that bloodstain is there now. Well... And over the course of this desperate trial, long and extremely drawn out as it has been, that good-for-nothing Reaper of the Bailey has failed to present any decisive evidence at all.
I'm scandalized, so I am. I thought better of Lord Van Sykes. Well, my lord. Oh, he's so mad.
I must concur with the defendant. The unaffirmed recollections of an individual cannot stand as evidence. At this moment in time, the particular bloodstain in question is very much in existence, and the absence of any credible method by which to prove its alleged previous non-existence. I regret to say it would be improper for this trial to continue.
Your lordship can't be serious.
Lord Van Sykes, what is your position?
The prosecution, my lord. Hi, how are you? Has no further witnesses or evidences to present.
Very well. In that case, as I believe we have explored every possible avenue in this matter, I shall proceed to my adjudication. As a formality, I am of course obliged to confirm with the defense first.
What formality?
As things stand at the moment, it would seem that Mr. Gilded will be found not guilty.
Yeah.
Which would mean we've won.
Is that really the right outcome here? Is it really alright for the trial to come to an end now with all these unexplained inconsistencies?
Counsel for the defense, your closing statement, please.
Yeah, oh, that sounds good. Congrats, Hiei.
Yes, my lord. The defense believes the defendant could be guilty. I'm here in this courtroom today to advocate for the defense of my client, Mr. McGilded. However, at this moment in time, I cannot in all good conscience attest fully to the defendant's innocence.
What are you saying, man?
Without any question, there's no conclusive evidence to prove that the defendant is guilty. However, there's also no conclusive evidence to prove that he is innocent.
Good gracious me!
This is unprecedented behavior, counsel.
A defense lawyer, calling the accused innocence into question. Are you of sound mind?
Oh, 'twas a grand decision to appoint you as my lawyer, so it was a grand decision.
What?
Oh. I must say I didn't quite expect such an exciting spectacle at the end there, but still! Here, have this for your troubles. Your job here is done, Bella. And some fine work you've done, so you have.
What do you mean?
Tis just as the right honorable gentleman so succinctly put it afore.
The trial cannot go on anymore. And your closing statement there was, how did he put it now? Nothing more than a formality.
Sir?
I really don't know what to make of all this. Was the evidence we've seen genuine? Or was it fake?
His lordship would be fuming. Any unsightly rubbish should be disposed of promptly, as I said.
The stinkerheads are always guilty of something. Yeah. Mark my words. I feel terribly ashamed that I ever doubted that lovely man who gave us the lovely park.
Now the proceedings have unfolded in this way. I am compelled to declare a premature end to this trial. Furthermore, the court must accept the defendant's plea.
What?
I thank you kindly, my lord.
I hereby pronounce the verdict of this court.
But we still haven't determined if the bloodstain in the omnibus is genuine or not. We don't know if these witnesses are telling the truth or a pack of lies. We have no idea about the truth.
Lord Van Sykes.
My lord.
The case made by the prosecution was flawed, plain and simple. If indeed the omnibus presented as evidence was tampered with, the Prosecution is at fault for allowing such a disgraceful perversion of justice to take place. Uh-oh. My sincerest apologies, my lord.
Objection!
But, wait! When we were evacuated from the courtroom, Lord Van Zykes ordered the evidence to be secured. I'm afraid the prosecution cannot shun responsibility in this matter. That's so unfair! The culpability of the defendant has not, at present time, been established by this court. Consequently, the jury will not be required to proffer judgment. What?
Well, Lord Van Zykes, it's been a pleasure, so it has. And for you, my dear fella, I couldn't have asked for a better defense.
He used us!
Tis the law of the land, my good man. If you'd like to pursue this matter further, you can always go ahead and try to change the law.
Magnus McGilded.
Good grief, you even want to say to me, have ye?
Just one thing, a warning. This is far from over.
Well, something to be looking forward to then.
I hereby pronounce the defendant Mr. Magnus McGilded. This doesn't feel right. But also, I'm pretty sure that's illegal to shoot off fireworks in a building. But okay. With the courtroom in pandemonium for the second time that day, the judge delivered his verdict. And my first ever trial in Great Britain came to an abrupt end, with the defendant being found not guilty, ostensibly a victory for us. Why have 2 episodes in a row felt like wrong? These are very different than what I remember when I was playing Ace Attorney.
That certainly was a long trial.
Let's see. About 5 hours, yeah. My timer is wrong now because I had to manually stop.
Yeah, it was. Your first ever trial on foreign soil, and your first victory. It was a wonderful performance. My heartfelt congratulations. And to you, Miss Susato. Thank you for your assistance. I suppose we should be happy. The trouble is, we're so completely in the dark about what actually happened. Well, we didn't have enough time.
But isn't it wrong? I mean, who was actually responsible for Mr. Mason's death?
We don't even know that. The sole aim of the defense is to obtain a verdict that exonerates the defendant. You carried out your duty to perfection.
Aye, that you did.
Mr. McGilded. And that girl is with him too.
Well, it seems the stories are true.
Oh? What stories?
About the 6 enormous fireworks they do be...
Wait, that's not just like funny haha video games, like that's actually in universe.
About the 6 enormous fireworks they do be letting off when there's a verdict of not guilty. I'm sure yous must have seen them now. Spectacular, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, definitely.
I'd heard it was a sight to behold, and to be sure it was. And I've you to thank, I suppose, for having an opportunity to see it.
Oh, I don't know about that. I'm not sure I really did anything.
Oh, what on earth are you saying, fella? How did I walk out of there a free man, then?
I don't think it was so much thanks to me as down to your planning.
You're a straight-talking fella, aren't you? I must say, you had me astray in the head there once or twice. But you're young and headstrong, and 'tis water under the bridge.
Congratulations, Mr. McGilded, on having your name cleared. Nothing's resolved.
There's only one thing that matters to me.
Oh?
Aye! They've all seen that I didn't do that odious and abstinent deed. 'Tis grand, is it not?
I suppose it is.
Now, the fine fellows of Scotland Yard can take matters into their own hands and sort out the wee details. They'll see for what it is. They'll get to the truth. I have absolute faith in them, so I have. After all, I do be providing a good number of their wages with all the taxes I pay.
It's not that funny.
So then, as we agreed beforehand, 1,000 guineas for your troubles, fella.
Oh, no. I couldn't have possibly accept that much.
Ora be whist! You're a humble peep, are ye? You from the east. Well, if you insist. But have this. Still enough. You deserve a reward.
Mr. Magnus McGilded.
Oh? Huh? Wait, why?
What's this, officer? 'Tis sooner than I was led to believe.
Huh? Sorry? What inspection? They're going to examine it again? Now?
Naturally, I'm under no obligation to take part in any more of this matter now. But as an upstanding member of London society, I do be doing my best to help where I can. 'Tis a gentleman's duty, so 'tis. So then, fare thee well. 'Twas an absolute pleasure meeting yous. I hope ye have a whale of a time in your studying here in Great Britain.
And there he goes. A free man. Ooh. Oh! I forgot she was here too.
Cute! No! 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 Don't move!
Or as I want to say, get a move on. She really does take forever to load that thing. Miss Lestrade, would you mind putting that down? That thing down?
You're a grown-up.
Sorry?
And I ate all grown-ups.
Ah! There you are!
Girl! Naughty, running off like that.
Is this some kind of picnic?
Her! And taking that with you as well. I was looking forward to the trial run of my experimental smoke grenade launcher. Oh, do you want to play? You won't beat me.
Excuse me? But who are you?
Oh, good day to you. I'm, well, the inventor, I suppose, of that machine.
The inventor.
Well, normal smoke grenades are so dull, don't you agree? White, and more white. If you have to be shrouded in smoke, it could at least be a pretty color, I thought to myself.
Do we have to be shrouded in smoke, though? At all?
I just took my eyes off for a moment whilst I was changing onto a different omnibus, and she pinched it. Luckily, I fitted it with a telegraphic beacon.
A what's it what?
Anyway, you're coming with me now. Back to my laboratory.
What? What for?
To apologize, of course, silly, to my technician.
What? You mean, say sorry?
You must say sorry when you've done something wrong. Surely an adult has told you that before.
An adult? I don't listen to no adults.
Come along then, follow me.
Oops.
Fine, I'll have it your way. Oh, good. You see, I knew you'd want to do the right thing in the end.
I'm fairly sure that's what she wants, is to not get shot by that massive gun of yours. I love both of them.
We'll be leaving now then. Bye-bye! I'm so sorry for all the fuss.
Ah! I love both of them. When do we see more of them?
Well, do you think perhaps we ought to be on our way now too?
Yeah, you're right, but where to?
Oh!
We haven't had time to find a place to stay. No sooner had we arrived in London than we had to rush here. All our traveling cases are still with the bailiff.
I was originally planning to spend today in search of lodgings.
But at this late hour in the day, I'm afraid we may be out of luck.
Don't worry though, I have a plan. If worst comes to the worst, I've heard of a lovely park where we could spend the night.
Please tell me you're not thinking of McGilded Park.
I know it may be a little chilly this time of year, but our youthfulness will see us through.
I'm not so sure about that. I'm like 20-something. Sure, you're 16, but I'm, not. I think a midwinter London might freeze a young person solid just as easily as an elderly one.
Oh dear, that doesn't sound agree. Oh, she's...
No. No. No, hold on. Wait. No. Where's my thingy? Where is it? Where? Where'd I put it? 23, thank you. I didn't remember which number, and he's not in the thing now, so I couldn't remember. Peppa. No cry. Susato, no cry. Okay. Or a mansion. And so, the trial to determine my worthiness for the study tour was over by the end of our first day in London. However, as we were soon to learn, there were more trying times ahead, just as the Reaper of the Bailey had warned. The case was far from over. That where we're gonna end, precisely at midnight. Oh wait. What?
What's going on? Get the fire brigade! Water! Bring water, quick! What the... How did this happen?
I don't know, sir. By the time I got here, it was already engulfed.
No one was supposed to be allowed in here before we started investigating. No. Oh, good God. There's someone in there. This can't be.
What? Ha. Okay, well, we're playing tomorrow. What the f- The cloud- right, the adventure of the clouded Kokoro. Wait, there's only 2 more cases? There's like, well, episodes. This one was kind of like, it was good, but it was kind of a letdown that there was no trial. Right? And nobody losing their absolute shit. This one was fun, but in a way that like makes you feel uncomfy. because of the ending, and I think that's good. I think that's good, but like, it does suck to end there. But so far, first episode, fantastic. I love that one. Second episode was a bit like I mean, Holmes was fun, and the new mechanic was fun, but the case itself was like, because like it was all an accident, and nobody went batshit. That's like the best part of any Ace Attorney game, any Ace Attorney episode, when the person goes batshit. I mean, we got Holmes like freaking out about the snake, but like, that was it. This one, episode 3 was like good in a way, because you start to feel like you're doing something, and then all of a sudden it's like, no, by the way, no. And you end up like uncomfy that you want to keep playing, but it's midnight and we've been streaming for 5 hours and my throat needs to rest. So let's find someone to say hello to. I just love the animations for it. They're so fun when they just lose their shit. It's like the best stuff. It's like peak Ace Attorney. Okay. But we still have a lot left to go, you know? Alright, we're gonna say hi to Quan, who's playing 14 today. Maybe we'll change Van Zyke's voice next time. Really? Because I felt like the first one was really fun. The lady with her funny hat. Hers was fun. But I also don't really remember like the breakdowns from the first few games, so. Alright, so here's our raid oh, that's not an exclamation point. There it is. There's our raid message. We're gonna go say hi to Quan. Reminder for those that want to know, the Final Fantasy XIV live letter will be starting in about 2 hours. So I'm gonna be awake for a little while longer. But just for the PLL, I'd obviously wouldn't want to do more. We'll continue this tomorrow because I legitimately want to know what the fuck's going on. Thank you guys for hanging out. Okay, let's go say hi to Quan. Okay, I shall go rest my voice. Let's see me. Bye bye. Bye.
You